No one ever watches the beginning of these Hangouts anyways. But hopefully all of you are so freaking awesome that you actually had things to do on a Friday night. And that's why there's no Fang even this late. Don't know why, but I wanted to come up with something. So here we are. Yeah, I don't have a topic for now, but I hold the right to actually make a topic. I want to put the link in the info right now. Oh, that doesn't look like that's right. Crap. Well, I guess that's all right. Hey, Palm, how's it going? Let me um, bring you into existence. Can you hear me, Palm?
Yes, I can. Hey, Joe, what's up?
What's up? Everyone's popular but us.
Um, I'm in the off hangout of Nadia. Should I tell them to come over here?
I couldn't find the off-air one. Um,
Well, it's
nah,
currently full.
yeah, don't worry about it. Um, Especially now. If I'm going to try and marathon, I'm not really that interested in right away shit because I don't have anything to talk about, and I should probably go and do stuff. But are you gonna? Does that mean you're gonna leave though?
No, I'm gonna stay if you want.
Well, I'm just saying because I'll give you controls then. Because I do. I mean, yeah. So how is your day, Paul?
Um, it's been well, it's early now, so my day hasn't begun yet.
Or how is the past 24 hours for you?
Well, for most of the part, I was asleep. Let's see. Now I have not had breakfast. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good right now. I have slipped up a bit on the diet. Um, I think Wellbutrin is causing it. Uh, I had some ice cream yesterday. I had some fatty stuff. Feel
Have
a
you
bit
been trying
guilty.
the no sugar thing?
Um, I actually already don't eat any sugar as it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I posted it in the chat. See if anyone wants to come.
I think. Oh. Oh, well, I guess you are an example of. Yeah, don't. It's not a big deal. I just want this hangout just so I could tell Cliff I had an 8-hour hangout, and it was just 8 hours of non-stop great debate, arguing, and you missed it. And so he'll want to watch it, and then that's that, David. Okay.
I don't like that tone. That David. Are you disappointed? Are you disappointed?
What's up, bitch?
Jeez. All right. Rule number 1: don't call me bitch. I'm kicking you. No, just Jesus Christ! Stop, everyone.
We're all here now.
Wait, Justin, what was the question from earlier again? Would I watch a goat die?
So if you took a goat into the desert and you had water,
Yeah.
would you drink the water in front of the goat and let it die? Keep in mind, its eyes are closed. Watching.
Yeah, I drink the water.
You have to make eye contact with it.
Yeah, exactly. It has to know what you're doing.
Yeah, it comes up and it watches. You're supposed to be letting it die of dehydration, and it comes up and watches you drink the water, and then it like collapses, and
I
then
can
it's
just
trying to get up
imagine
and
When we
gives
were
its way
trying,
over to you.
this
when we were
stupid
trying to
fucking
get
game.
Veckel and Mac to agree that it's okay to pretty much spoon if you're in like a life or death situation, he kept on going, but you have to make eye contact.
That's what they do in the army, right? To keep warm? Not
Yeah,
gay
but
at all.
you have to make eye contact the whole time. You have to like hold each
Oh,
other.
that's super awkward.
It's super. You were
You know what
arguing
David's
with
answer to the question about the goat was? He said, yeah, he would not let the goat drink the water.
Emoting, moralizing. Your Honor, strike that from the record.
Why aren't you like you can like
I'm
why do you
I'm
have
not moralizing though. I'm just saying it's
You're whining.
counterintuitive to my values.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Why-
that's fine.
But
why do you have to let the goat live? There's too many amons.
Because
Yeah.
it's the scapegoat.
But your values and my values even could be different than the one that would spring from God's nature in terms of odds. It doesn't matter.
No, but I think what they would do in the Bible, what they would do in the Bible is they take a goat and drive it out into the desert to die of dehydration. But then if the goat tried to come back into the village, they would like beat it with sticks and run it out back into the desert again.
I've
Whether
actually
we like
been
it or
reading the
not.
Bible lately. I've been
What,
reading.
Justin?
I've been reading the Old Testament lately. That shit is fucked.
Yeah.
Have you ever actually sat down and read it though?
Well, I've read like Genesis. If you take out just like the parts like with all the fucking names and shit, it's actually kind of an interesting piece of literature.
Yeah, but
Yeah, there's really cool like lots of cool like passages and stuff like
I agree with that.
from it.
I read Revelations when I was a kid like 6 times. I thought that was the coolest shit ever.
You should
Whoever
have read
wrote
it
that was on acid.
666
Yeah, I
times.
think so too. But yeah, as an adult reading the Old Testament, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is happening here? Like the part about the Amalekites and then taking the foreskins. Like, why would God command that the foreskins be chopped off? Fuck.
How far are you, Justin? What are you doing?
I skip around.
Don't spoil the ending.
Oh yeah,
Spoiler alert. He thinks
Justin, did you read the part where like it's the son? He's got to bless his son, so he's got to bless his favorite son, but then the other son tricks him by putting like fur on his arm because the guy's blind or something.
No, I haven't read that yet.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
And there's a lot of fucked up shit in here. I think the whole book of Abraham is fucked. And Job as well. Job is the most awful story. Why would God allow the devil to fuck with this man?
To show him that Job would still praise him.
Yeah, it's just a
It's
bet.
all about the Song of Solomon though. That shit's hot.
That's true.
Like
I fucking
Lucifer,
love Job though. That book
Lucifer
is
and
really
God
good.
were just chilling together, chatting.
Yeah, exactly. Like, why even give the devil enough like legitimacy to be like, yeah, you might win, but let's put a bet on it, you know? Like, what the fuck?
And it's not like Lucifer could be like, oh, well, I'm just doing it to be evil, getting God to do this to let me be evil to Job, because God knows that Satan knows that God's omniscient, so he knows that would be his plan.
Right.
He knows God would know that would be his plan.
Yeah, that part really confuses me too. Like, you know the whole thing about the Morning Star, aka Satan, opposing God and then being slammed down into heaven and shit.
Right.
How did he ever even think that? It makes me think God's a bitch. Like, how did he even think that was a possibility?
Right, and he's going to come back and fight Jesus on the last fucking Revelation too, right?
Yeah, it just makes me think he knows something that we don't.
He's going to fight and he's going to know he's going to lose.
Like, God is 5 feet tall and has like a weird unibrow or some shit.
Well,
Like, there must be a reason why Satan thinks he can do this.
you can fight and knowing that you're going to lose. For example, out of spite. So on D-Day, any general knew that they had lost, but the Germans still fought like never before, and a lot of men died when they could have just surrendered after D-Day. So
Yeah, but they had hope. There was a possibility for them to win.
no,
Right?
no.
I mean,
was
you had
no
the
hope after
generals
D-Day.
know, but you're having the enlisted people not having any access to
Plus,
such intelligence.
I'm pretty sure beforehand they didn't actually think the. You got to understand that before they had thought that the main attack was going to come at Calais, so I think they were pretty confident at first until they found out how big the.
I read a lot of World War II memoirs, and there's one from one guy who was he was in one of the, what are they called, the pillboxes at Omaha Beach, and he is adamant that he killed 3,000 people.
Holy shit.
And it's like, Jesus,
And yet
I don't even know, but that seems outrageous. Like,
He
most
still
people
didn't
think
have the balls to die there though.
well, like, he just was in there, and they're like, all right, fall back, and he's like, okay, and then, but just
3,000 people. I mean, if he was in a pillbox, it's
it's obviously inflated, but
You think so?
I mean, I think it's inflated, but he was there, and he killed a lot of people, but
Yeah.
the numbers are outrageous.
Yeah, I guess so. 3,000 confirmed kills would be a record.
Well, I don't know if it's, I mean, I don't think he claims or confirmed, but he's like, dude, I was just shooting at people. Like, you saw Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, my grandma took me to see it when I was like 12.
Yeah,
Oh,
good time.
so the introduction on the beach, that was nice for you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I watched a cannonball rip through a guy's fucking stomach.
Good times.
It was, yeah.
This
His
is
grandma was like,
shrapnel.
toughen up, little pussy.
Yeah,
Grandma.
pretty much how she was. She was like,
Next, we're putting you out in the desert with a goat. Motherfucker.
Joe, David said he would not give the goat any water. Well, I watched him.
Godless is not
Oh,
letting
wait,
it go.
not if it was the scapegoat that took my sin. No, let it die.
Scapegoat goat. Rotthouse. What's the name of from Parks?
I have more sympathy for animals than I do for people.
Me too.
It's weird.
Like, if Evolution False was
Why?
incurable, I wouldn't fuck with him so much.
I don't even. I think, like, I know this might sound bad, and this isn't like official, but right now I think if he tried to, I would kick him. I don't want to deal with that
Oh yeah,
shit.
you were so pissed off last night. I remember.
Oh, yeah,
That was
what
pretty
happened
good.
today? I heard.
What was that? That was so weird.
What was the conversation today with the F?
Oh, it was just
You have to say
I
yes.
don't-
Hard
well-
science.
since I'm going to, I'm pretty sure I'm going to debate Matt Bell, and Matt Bell only wants to have freaking it wasn't hard science. Matt Bell only wants to have an informal debate, and he's like, Matt Bell is just known for kind of filibustering,
Yeah.
but I don't see Matt Bell as a bully the way I see Evolution False as a bully. Matt
No.
Bell is still interested in arguing. He's still. I mean, this is something I said to you, David. It's like you and
Well,
I
wait,
were going.
EF is a bully and he's interested in arguing.
I don't think he's interested. No, like he reduced the interaction with me to you have to say yes or no. And if you try to say anything, I'm just going to be a little bitch about it.
I could see you were getting upset.
I was super upset.
Well,
I tried to tell Joe in Skype, calm down, otherwise you're gonna give him a reason.
You and Cliff are all like, calm the fuck down. And I don't know if that's...
EF was slapping Dex around right before Joe.
I didn't even watch that. I mean,
if you're mad, be mad, though. Don't try to hide it. Just use it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of...
Just go.
What is it? The issue is, what Cliff is telling me is I keep on going too meta about it. And I actually thought that that was kind of a strength, being able to step back and call out what's happening.
I would agree with that.
But he said, look, it seems like that's what Darwin's deity wants. He wants to rile you up. So, I mean, his argument was shit. He was like, there's this one guy who's an authority in physics. He thinks that everything is fine-tuned. And it's like, okay, well, the fine-tuning argument, I mean, it says that the universe is fine-tuned for life to arise or for minds to arise.
Right.
And Darwin's deity, he wouldn't even affirm the conclusion of the argument. Like when I said, well, if you're going to fine-tune it for life to arise, he immediately is like, I never said that. And it's like, you're using the fine-tuning argument, but you're not, you're just using it. And when he said that, I guess other people in the side chat were like, well, what's he doing? The whole point of the
Tune for specific life or all life?
No, he wasn't even doing that. He just was like, I never said that. And it seemed like I think I figured it out, but it means that Darwin's deity is really dumb. And he at least, I think, mentioned there are 10, constants that are used in the fine-tuning argument. And it seemed like he wanted to go through every single one and just make it so I had to say they exist. But we only got through 2. What's up?
That's just him dictating the conversation. That's the only way he can win, is that if he controls the flow of the conversation.
It like reached a point where
he's good at controlling the flow of the conversation, though.
It's not that he's good at it. It's just that he allows himself. Most people in conversation don't have they don't have the rudeness necessary to just control the flow completely. EF is fine with being that dickhead, which gives him a slight advantage, right? So you just have to do it to him.
But like here though, it wasn't even like helpful for his side. Like people were like, well, what's he doing?
I was laughing.
If it's clear that this is an argument to show that the universe is fine-tuned for life or for sentient beings who want to go, hey God, let's be friends. If it's fine-tuned for that. That's what the fine-tuning argument is for. But he's like, he gave 2 cosmological constants, and he was adamant. No, I'm not saying that they're pointing to a life-permitting universe. And so it's like, how many does he give before he? It seems like he was slowly going to make it more and more for a life-permitting universe. And it's like, if it's 10 of them, no. And if it took us this long just to get through 2 of them, and you can't even you won't even acknowledge the counters that I'm giving, you're like flailing. You're not. It's not even interesting. It's not even like an apologetic. It's a.
I agree. The best thing to do is ask him a question that he can't answer, and then take the conversation back.
Yeah, well, like, the way, like, whenever Cliff just, says shit, it seems like it makes so much sense. He's like, don't even be like, you're not addressing my argument. Just be like, so there is no counter to the argument I just gave.
Yeah.
And it's like, he's not going to be like, if he lets that fly, it's something to just browbeat him with, I suppose. But
Yeah.
Justin. Philip was in ES Hangout disguised. He had his avatar as a Sam Harris fan.
Oh God.
That was Philip.
Yeah.
No wonder. I'm like, okay, maybe Godless Girl just isn't paying attention.
Oh no, I went in there to attack weak atheists with Darwin's.
Tap.
But then I'm gonna turn on Darwin's and after I'm in his Hangouts for a while.
Philip was dark, right? Philip was dark.
What's up?
Not the the atheist logic 104 guy.
No, he was that guy who.
Was he Gary?
Yeah, Gary. There we go. When he
I
said
thought it was dark.
It should be 404. EF's
Oh yeah.
I started to troll him on with EF, but then Philip told me in a whisper, "Don't attack him on." So I just stayed silent.
Yeah, Amon's protected now.
Really?
You know what? Actually, you know what? I'm already being a dick and breaking my. I shouldn't just trash talk someone else.
Why?
And he is, but I don't know.
But you know, you should watch Jack debate EF because Jack has the right manner of doing it. You just have to literally go in with momentum against EF.
It seems like
Can't start civilly.
well, like they argue through just pawns. Just like
Yeah, it's hilarious.
They get somewhat just some unassuming person.
That's
Like
true.
the
Well, no,
one with
EF's not really arguing. He's not responding to what Jack's saying. He's just trying to have his own conversation with the pawn.
Yeah,
well,
it's a proxy war.
yeah, and there's that one guy Graham, and I remember EF. He talks about how logical positivism is BS now, and like Graham just doesn't know anything what they're talking about, and so Jack goes, well, I think I want to correct the historical background of this, and just Graham goes, well, we're actually not talking about history, we're talking more philosophy, and it's really funny.
I remember that.
It's just like
Jack puppeteered that guy, like marionetted him against EF. I mean, like literally gave him the arguments and then directed him how to use them. It was hilarious.
And like I guess he's certainly better at it, whereas EF was just like, Graham's not an idiot. He just is too. He's not good at it.
Yeah, but Jack is unstoppable. He can't be stopped in argument. It's impossible.
That's true.
The only person that can do it is Yaniv.
I've only seen him come into the Hangouts. Like, was how do you say his name, Randion? I never.
Oh, Randion's never come in though, but Yaniv has. I think you're talking about Reyes.
Well, no, Reyes doesn't even go on mic though.
Yeah.
Reyes is the one I like a lot. I really like his blog, in fact.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah. What?
I read his blog as well.
Yeah. Well, what made me like him a lot is he brought up demographics of theism, which is I really like that argument. But there's a hangout like a year or so ago with Colin Pearson. He's one of the pre-uppers.
Yeah, I know.
And Jack. And do you know that hangout?
Yeah.
It was
seen
pretty.
that.
It was pretty good.
At the end, they say they gotta go cook dinner and shit.
Yeah, that's Randion in that hangout.
That's what I was wondering.
The Christian tells Randion's like, is there special Christian logic? Because I don't recall that when I took logic courses. And the guy goes, don't get snarky or I'll kick you out of here.
The reason that's funny is because that's the snarkiest we've ever seen.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
So I thought that was Reyes for a second, and I'm like, he does go into Hangouts, but it's Randion.
It gives a wrong view or interpretation of what Randion is about. I've listened to over 20, 30 hours of audio footage of Randion, and that literally is the snarkiest I've ever heard him. So
Randion is super polite. Yeah.
He's always courteous and charitable and the good cop. So this was the only time I know of that he wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, because pre-suppers are so irritating.
Of Randion? What?
So the thing about Jack that I've learned, and I didn't really realize this until like the past couple of months, is that It's not just the fact that he understands the issues; it's the way he puts them across. Like Jack has a certain method of putting things across that's just hard to comprehend.
What would you say the method is?
It's a mixture of making sure that you're polite to the people that are being polite, and then specifically rude in a certain way to like people like EF. And he also does it like, all right, for instance, Jack will ask the room a question if he thinks something's not being addressed, right? Like if EF dodges a point, Jack will pull the whole fucking room and ask the room if they think he dodged it.
Oh yeah.
I remember that was brought up in CK. He's like, whenever you do that, I just say, I just agree with whatever you say.
Justin, have you ever pitied EF?
Have I ever debated EF?
Pitied.
Pitied?
Yeah.
I mean, I generally pity EF, but it's because I used to think that Jack was being unreasonable with EF for a while. I thought that it was just ridiculous. It took me a while to realize how dishonest EF is, and you only start to understand it once you've debated him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second time I've left a debate where it's like Jack can just do whatever the hell he wants with him, and
Yeah.
it's like that's why I need to calm down, because shit, which fucking layer am I on here? All right, there we go.
I watched the hangout, or part of it, where it was Matt, Bell, and EF, and then you were there, Justin,
Yeah.
and you started saying, what about the atheists that do understand it? And then they got in a fight, and he kicked Matt Bell.
Yeah, that was funny as hell.
EF took that hangout down, though. I didn't get to watch the rest of it.
I knew he was going to take it down. I even said that.
Oh.
Anytime he's wrong on something, he'll take the hangout down.
Well, wait, Godless Girl, what do you think about what I was saying?
I was only half listening because I was typing on Skype.
Fucking knew it. No one listened.
I think a lot of it was hard science that I didn't understand, too.
It wasn't fucking hard. He was trying to just like go.
No, I mean like hard
science.
science, not. I don't mean hard as in difficult. I mean hard science that I don't.
No, it wasn't. I know what you mean, but it wasn't even that. Like the arguments I gave, I don't think are that difficult, and he wouldn't even address them. And this is where I went all meta. It's like, this is no longer. I mean, there's so many different types of people who come in here. Even the people who come in here to just argue, those people are fine. I'm one of those people. Like, I like arguing with people. I like having debates and like fighting with people about shit. I think that those people, even the worst of those people, are just miles better than Evolution False.
You made one assumption you shouldn't have, and it's that he was there to be rational.
He was just there to. Okay, I'm slipping back into talking about him, but you guys can.
It's about winning, though, for him.
But like, I left, and he's like, "Whoa, I smoked him," and it's like, you didn't even affirm the conclusion of the argument you were arguing for. How could you didn't even win? You didn't affirm the conclusion that you were arguing for.
TEF, a win is just not getting knocked down. He thinks that's a win.
Oh my god.
As long as he can put someone on the ropes, it's a win. But
I think that.
Case.
What's up?
EF is an interesting case for sure.
He was like, so Joe, someone's impersonating you.
I don't see what you guys think that he's malicious, though. I don't think he's malicious. I just think he likes winning.
No, he's fucking. I mean, what I mentioned when I came in, the way he was talking to Bill, like, is Bill a part of this community? Does Bill engage in these arguments? Does he like?
Who's that?
Even like? Bill is friends with he's friends with Jack. He was in Cinemania, I think, with Jack, and he was at one point either roommates or lived in the same place that Nadia lived. And he came on to Nadia's hangout every once in a while. He's a very very smart person. What's up?
You talked about Bill?
No, he was talking to Bill, and the way he was talking to Bill was just despicable. It was clear he was like manipulating him. It was clear he was making fun of him, and it went on for way too long. And it's like I mean, I still have problems with the like tactic with evolution
I
false.
was there, by the
but
way. Remember, Joe? I was there, and I said something about it.
I think you did say something, and
Yeah.
I might have actually told you. Did I? I should have told you. Like,
Justin,
you did a good thing.
what if you just want to win to make yourself feel better, but not because you're not because you want to maliciously put the other person down, though?
Well, I mean, I don't think that applies here. But if that was the case, then I think the consequence of just wanting to win for whatever reason can lead to you being malicious.
Oh, it can
But
lead
what's the point of
to
picking?
it, I guess.
What's the point of picking on Bill? Isn't, I mean, unless you guys can correct me, Bill, was he on Pal Talk?
No, EF just found a weak person. That's all he was trying to do.
It was just.
But I want to attack weak atheists, and I don't think I'm malicious.
I mean, well, I think when you say I want to attack something weak, that's automatically a malicious thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
kind
just
of.
think it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, it can be both.
But I'm not doing it. Maybe it can lead to being malicious, but I'm not doing it to being malicious, though.
Like, you know when little kids used to throw frogs at trees?
Yeah.
No, but that sounds like a horrible thing that little.
Oh, well,
kids
actually, I
can
have a question about something else. So, Justin, I feel the same way. Like, I feel more empathy for animals than people. Like, I can watch videos of Muslims torturing each other in Syria, like beating each other to death and shit, like real videos of it, and not be bothered at all. But like if I was watching that happen to a dog or something, it would probably bother me.
Yeah.
But isn't that irrational? Because like according to my values, like humans can feel a wider range of experiences and suffer more.
Note the animal you said. Man's
And
best
people
friend,
are actually
woman's best friend.
So isn't that irrational?
Well, no, like
You could
we've
have just been desensitized.
Oh,
What?
go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say you could have been desensitized by just, the
Television?
the amount of gore and shit you've witnessed before to humans, whereas we see less of it with animals. That's it.
Just because you're desensitized, though, isn't it still irrational then?
I don't know. I don't think it's no longer irrational because you can explain why you have the view, but it's probably not the best view to hold. Joe, where are you at? Is that your living room? I've never seen this room before.
No, this is I'm watching. I'm
Oh,
sitting / watching animals, and see. I want to pet the dog, but I don't want to pet it with my right hand because the dog. It's like after a while.
Let me see the dog.
Because she just wanked off and there's still...
That's what I was
There's
gonna
the
say.
other thing. You don't wipe the
But the
Like-
gist-
I've never seen the dog.
because then the dog looks at you like it knows.
like the
It's
goat in the desert without the water.
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck that goat.
fuck that.
Fuck you, David.
Yes, please.
That goat is taking your sins.
David, would you
No.
feel bad?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think that is one of the rules. Just like no flat out, hey, you're a dickhead, David. Don't do that. I don't. It's like you could just say fuck you,
I don't
David.
care
I
about
think I'm
your
fine with that.
preferences that are influenced by your time and culture. I don't care. You can whine all you
What
want.
about when the goat collapses?
Yeah, well, that's a party.
Let's go.
You see what John said in the side chat?
Oh, look at the little doggy.
Let me see.
John is hilarious.
Wake it up.
It is up.
Put the camera
on,
better
Patches.
towards it.
Come on, Patches. I'll pet you and stuff.
It's
'Cause I love
Patches, that's cute.
Patches.
What's up, Patches? Yeah.
My dog's living in a kennel right now. My dog's in jail.
Kinda
Didn't you say,
doggy.
Godless girl, that you care more about your dog than your daughter?
Yeah, I missed when my dog was still in New York before I brought her down here. I missed my dog more than my kid. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, you have a kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. Yeah. How old is she? Right?
She's 6. She was just down here actually to go to Disney World.
I heard that.
Oh, does she live with your ex?
Yeah, she lives with my ex-husband. I'm good friends with my ex-husband.
I see.
It's probably good that she's there.
I still fuck my ex-husband every time I go back to New York.
Yeah,
I
I know.
was gonna bring that up, but then I'm like, no, I'll let her do it.
My baby daddy.
Just like vegans, they will let you know really quick.
Just. Oh, fuck.
Me and Veckel were in Disney World the same time. We didn't even know it.
Do you refer to him as your baby daddy?
Only when I'm in the ghetto. I have recordings of me doing drug deals and shit.
Okay, you're not gonna play that. First of all, those recordings suck. But yeah, nothing.
No, they don't. They're hilarious.
No, I can't hear anything. They like.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the recordings of that recording. The soundboard. Justin, have you heard my soundboard?
Oh yeah, that's right. If you don't want me coming in here buying drugs, and don't sell drugs.
Justin, have you heard the soundboard that Reyes made of me?
I think once.
Hang on, I'm about to play it. Hang on a second.
Making a soundboard of somebody, that seems obsessive.
Reyes likes Godless Girl a lot.
There's a soundboard where Darwin's deity says something about Gettier cases, and it just sounds so incoherent. I can't remember what he says, and I want to hear it again. How long? Is 8 hours up?
No, we're still live.
No, is it? Holy shit, 35 minutes. We're almost there.
What do you do, Joe?
What do I do?
I was gonna say real life, but I guess this is real life.
Nothing. So don't get an anthropology degree.
What are you waiting? What are you waiting 35 minutes for?
No, that's how long this freaking hangout has been on.
Oh.
I like the cats, the kitty cats. Let's go pet them.
Maybe work in construction, like Mina.
Yeah, I can do that.
I'd like to work on Mina.
I don't see why everybody's so infatuated with Mina and so into her. I don't.
I think she's pretty hot, probably.
Well, she's very open about things, and she has a really cute voice.
Yeah. For some reason, I would rather date Godless Girl than Mina. I think she's just attention whoring, and I've said this before.
You think she's just what?
Attention whoring.
Mina?
Yeah.
I actually like Mina. I talk to her a lot, and it slowly became not. Yeah, because she's into she has like good taste in music actually. And it always bums me out when people do, like, I mean, she just answers the questions for Jack because Jack seems like a little kid when he asks her questions. So she doesn't see it as like exploitive or anything. But
we were talking about this earlier. Godless Girl thinks she likes to talk about that kind of shit.
Yeah, why not? Okay,
I don't know many girls or ladies that are, oh yeah, ass to mouth, let's talk about that on live air, no problem.
Oh,
well, now you know why she doesn't go on camera.
That big fat one.
This is IKEA. She's really old. And so she stopped giving a fuck. She just is like, I'm gonna poo right here. Yeah, it's the middle of the floor.
Put them out in the desert with no water.
Well, like, they took in where I live, we're kind of near like marshes or whatever, and so there's coyotes, and they really want Tommy, this little mofo, inside before it gets dark. But when they said make sure he's inside before dark, but IKEA, she's gonna die soon. Just let her go outside.
I don't like cats. They always look at you like you're my butler or something.
You are. You feed them. That's all you're there for.
Fuck that.
Yeah, cats are assholes, kind of.
But she's so soft.
It depends on the cat, though. Some cats are cool.
Does that cat have a Hitler mustache?
Freaking Tommy. Cats just want to lay down and relax. And Tommy's like, hey, I wanna pounce on you. Tommy, you gotta calm down. Well, Tommy.
Kitty.
No, you little
Don't ignore me, you little piece of shit. Turn around.
come here, cookout. Oh yeah.
Joe's doing blue steel, the Zoolander look.
Magnum.
Shit.
They all look the
He's
same.
really, really, really good looking.
They're all the same look.
Yeah, that's the funny part.
The original story was they were in underground tunnels, and they were like where trains were, and a train was coming right at him, and so he turns to the train and goes and does blue steel, thinking it would stop the train, but because you can't stop a train with a face expression, the train just hits him and kills him. And the rest of the movie, they were thinking of having it just be in heaven or something in the afterlife, and it's like that would be so weird. It would make it really interesting. Just like, did he just die? And now the rest of the movie just takes place in heaven. It's like the scene in Life of Brian, where he's running away from the Roman centurions, and then he falls out of a building and he lands in a spaceship. And there's just what?
I'd support that movie.
You what with that movie?
I support that movie.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
just
Ben Stiller is more funny in Dodgeball, where that part where he's talking about nobody makes me bleed my own blood, and then jumps on the back of the scooter and flips the bird. That's just,
Michel.
yeah, that's so funny.
Oh, what is it? Have you seen Heavyweights, where he was
No.
like a crazy
think so,
camp
at
It's
least.
the exact same character. Exact same character.
Or
Did I
when
give
he
everyone?
has a slice of pizza in his pants, it's like he's having some weird sexual relationship with the pizza slice in the gym.
Well, was it Heavyweights was Judd Apatow too, but it was before people were like, oh, we like Judd Apatow, so it didn't get good reviews. But if it was made after 40-Year-Old Virgin or something, it would have been.
There is a movie, 40-Year-Old Virgin, with the guy from Office, right?
Yeah,
What's his
it
name?
was it was really the first Steve Carell. It was
Oh,
really
yeah.
the first Apatow movie that made the bromance type and the Apatow films
Jude Apatow?
popular. What?
Jude Apatow or what?
I think it's Judd.
Yeah.
Judd. Oh.
Judas Apatow.
Is that? I don't like that whole clique with what's his name?
So it's
Seth Green,
yeah,
Franco.
Seth Rogen.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, Seth Rogen and Franco and that fat dude.
That
Oh my
fat
goodness.
dude.
What's his name? He's
Jonah.
friends with Leonardo DiCaprio, and he was. Oh my goodness, he was also in Superbad, the chubby dude.
Superbad is a great movie.
Why can't I think of the name? This is annoying.
Jonah Hill.
Oh yeah, Jonah Hill. Yeah. I hate that clique. It's all the same movie.
I don't know. It's still funny. I mean, I haven't seen any of their more recent films, but they still do funny stuff. The issue with them is Apatow's. He's fine with having 2-hour movies. He's fine with having his movies be a little bit longer than they probably should.
Yeah, I agree.
I should invite CK. Should I invite? He knows. He knows. He knows. What was the last argument you had with I don't fuck it. What was actually no Matt Bell, since I wouldn't have to deal with Matt Bell. What did you argue with Matt Bell about, Justin?
We were just talking about intelligent design and if it was scientific or not, and then if it generated any hypotheses. It was a stupid conversation.
But you could say yes, but so what? What are the hypotheses, and are they? I mean, what makes it like if we're doing the inference of best explanation, we're comparing explanations. What makes intelligent design a better explanation? And
Well,
because both can generate hypotheses, but I mean, it appears that but that's clearly not enough.
well, you could feasibly in intelligent design generate a hypothesis, but they don't. There's no hypothesis being generated. There's things they observe which they try to explain by positing intelligent design, and then they say that intelligent design made a hypothesis you would see that. They're working from two different directions, right?
Do you think
One
it's ad
starts
hoc?
with the,
It's
exactly.
kind of ad hoc, isn't it?
Well, yeah, if you start at the result and then proffer an explanation, that's working backwards from the way that a hypothesis would work.
Well, like
Which starts with an explanation and trying to derive a result.
yeah, it almost seems cynical in a way.
Yeah,
especially when that's kind of the same tact they do with predictions. But like being able to generate hypotheses and make predictions, not even generate hypotheses, that's the point of an explanation, is it can start out as a hypothesis, right? Or it can just be synonymous with a hypothesis. But we could say, hey, look, okay, fine, you can make predictions, but there's so many other explanatory desiderata or explanatory virtues that evolutionary theory has, that we can attribute to evolutionary theory, that we can attribute to intelligent design. There's fecundity, there's simplicity, there's
I don't understand what it means for something to be ad hoc.
It's what is it?
Where you try to save your argument from falsification and you read back into it. It means for this or for this place, literally.
Okay, so what about your God, David? Your God is the Calvinist God, right? So aren't there certain things we would explain?
The God of the gaps thing, or what do you mean?
No, your God is a hypothesis. You're a Calvinist, right?
So it's ad hoc. So what? So what's
ad hoc about the Calvinist
God? To save from falsification.
Why are you asking him what's ad hoc about the Calvinist God if he affirms the Calvinist God exists?
How can you prove? I don't understand. How can you prove that they're adding something in?
No, okay. Ad hoc is a bad thing.
I know.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know if. How can you prove they're adding in something though? What's that?
You're saying it's ad hoc if they're adding it to fit the explanation.
It's hey, I think that pixies exist and pixies fly out of my butt, and then someone comes and inspects my butt and goes, your a-hole's sewed, Joe, and I say, well, the pixies are able to turn into a bunch of little tiny pixies and get through the open parts of the sewing part. And so the person looks at my a-hole again and goes, no, it's pretty airtight. It's hermetically sealed. And I go, well, the pixie can actually evaporate and then come into existence outside. You're just adding on crap to half-ass account for things that are clearly the case.
But don't be confused that the ad and ad hoc means addition.
Yeah, that's what.
Well, okay, so say the Calvinist God, right? So wouldn't you expect to see people that he wants to have a relationship with in the universe? Is that ad hoc to see people?
I don't see how.
But then that has explanatory power, the hypothesis, then.
What was the
Actually,
You
all
would expect to
Calvinism.
see people. If the hypothesis is a God that wants to have a personal relationship with human beings, then you would expect to see human beings. So how is it unfalsifiable?
what is she trying to?
What? I don't know what you mean.
The hypothesis is that it's
I'm
a
not even sure that she understands Calvinism correctly, because on the Calvinist view, the relationship with God would be for His glory in the end. So that's
If
not a
the
goal.
hypothesis is
That's
a
not a
God who
goal
wants
all
a
the
personal
time.
relationship with human beings,
no, it's not just human beings
What the
though.
fuck?
There's
but
an
then you would
elect
expect
to
to see human
Calvinism.
beings. He would expect to see a universe with human beings.
I
Okay,
mean,
how would you
not even
translate?
that actually. No, not even that. You would expect to see a universe with entities that can come into a relationship with God.
Yes, that's right.
I'm just saying that though, David. Correct me. You're like, no, it has to be human beings.
Justin,
What?
can you explain what I'm not understanding?
Well, you're not generating a hypothesis. You're starting from a result and then providing an explanation.
Oh, is that what makes it ad hoc?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
okay, I
could,
understand.
Result is the hawk, and ad is just.
I could say anything caused that.
Yeah.
I could say Smurfs that want to come in contact with beings capable of understanding themselves when you would expect to find humans.
Yeah.
There's nothing disconfirmable about what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you're able to generate something and then later on it's like confirmed, that's good. But if you find something and that's confirmed, and then you say, well, my hypothesis already is said that would be the case, that's ad hoc.
Right.
Or well, it's ad hoc if you can't. If it's, I think it's ad hoc if you can't justify it, or if you can't, if it's not, if that if the inference isn't made like
Or your only
obvious.
justifications are things that are already observed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of the difference between like evolution and intelligent design. You could make the argument that they're both kind of ad hoc explanations, but in this case, there is actually physical evidence to support the ideas of evolution.
Well, it's also that evolution generates predictions leaning towards, in the future as well, that are very specific.
The
absolutely.
issue when I was arguing against true empiricism, he was definitely being like ad hoc when I did bring up predictions. He's like, you're already predicting things that intelligent design predicts. And one of the things I said is like, well, then what's intelligent design even adding? If evolution has been doing this already and it's significantly more successful in other aspects, what's the point of intelligent design if it's just going to make the same damn predictions?
Well, they would say something like, well, evolutionists can't explain abiogenesis, and we have an account for it, so blah, blah, blah.
But
the argument there gets complicated because you're trying to differentiate between pseudoscience and science, and you're trying to say that them providing an explanatory framework isn't as good as science, and then you have to get into the arguments about why that's the case, and it just becomes a real nightmare.
I think that's like that is a way to go about it, but I think that there's some things you can kind of grant, and in granting them, you're kind of pushing them, you're making them make more positive claims, and the more positive claims they make, the more obvious it is they're not even they don't even care about it. Like again, with true empiricism, I'm like, what does every single like evidence I've given, you said, oh, intelligent design can do that too. What does intelligent design say? What does it have to offer that evolution doesn't offer? And he was not getting it. But that's not like, going into the, well, what's the demarcation? Is this pseudoscience? Is this considered science? Is it falsifiable? So there's a guy named Brandon who's really into the intelligent design arguments, and he contends that evolution isn't falsifiable, and I think he was able, in one sense, when I gave the likelihood argument to him, he agreed with the likelihood argument, But because I took it, because I kept on saying falsifiability, he was able to like kind of stump me by showing, look, I don't see how it isn't the case that evolution couldn't occur on a young Earth. Because
Notice
one
how
of the things.
Darwin's question stumps Joe.
What?
It's a thing that Godless Girl always does. Notice how the question stumps him or her.
Oh, I always say that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's bitch. Yeah, I totally like the freaking likelihood argument and just no charity whatsoever from true empiricism. It's
Joe,
like just
I asked you for the link to this hangout on Skype and you didn't give it to me.
I think I did actually.
Oh. I thought you ignored me.
No, I don't like go back
Our
and
mom
forth.
gave it to me.
Oh, well, why don't you marry him on then?
Oh God.
Kid
No.
Kat.
He's black. That's a no-go.
Wait,
What?
what? Why? Okay, wait.
I don't think
I was-
Vaggus is opposed
I
to.
was suggesting you're racist.
Oh.
That was the other thing. No racism. No, I think
What?
that was just the argue. That was just what I wanted to say for tonight. Because I'm like, okay, if I let other shit slide, it's okay. But like racism, maybe, or like threatening each other, I'll get
Shut
into
up,
trouble.
honky.
Well, how'd you know my last name was Honky? I'm from the Honky clan. Yeah, I totally sent it to you, Godless Girl. Where's your God now?
Like, he totally did.
Well, CK certainly is aware of this because he
He's
subscribed.
from the UK, so he might not be up yet.
No, I think he is because he just subscribed to my YouTube.
It would be pretty late for CK.
No, early. It's,
Early.
I think they are 1 hour before us, so it's like just past 10 in the morning, and it's on a weekend, so I don't know if he's up yet.
Last time I was in a hang with him, all the PAL talkers were just really into. They were totally embracing the Power Ranger mythos, and it was really like they were being like really adorable about it. Like they were giggling about stuff. They're like, "You should be this bit. You should have." It was really kind of like it seemed really innocent and sweet. And CK, he's like, I can't join with you guys because I'm wearing a suit on the subway going to work. I can't start talking about who my favorite Power Ranger is. And it's like, look, just embrace
I wish
it, man.
people
You're
would do
black.
your idea of the belts, Joe.
What's up? Oh yeah,
I wish
that's right.
people would do your idea of the belt avatar.
Well, you and Amon. I'm surprised you guys haven't embraced it. I just
With
like
what?
I wish
Oh,
it
you
was
draw
more. Oh, sometimes you can see it. Yeah, I wish it was more emphasis on the crotch. The picture that I picked.
I can tell it's emphasis on the crotch.
Yeah. Yeah, more
Wouldn't it be
freaking
funny if
people.
there was like a huge bulge there?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I
very
was saying.
distracting. Yeah.
Just like every time you're talking to me, you're like, "It's it." They do what they usually do is they put like a piece of Wonder Bread there, so you don't see like freaking explicit like outline of a peen.
Isn't that called a cup in your language?
Wonder Bread.
No, a cup that they use for karate or football to protect their junk.
Yeah, you can use a cup, but I'm talking about like Well, I think I just went into another thing. I'm talking about like if you see underwear models and stuff, and it's like obviously they have to close up on the underwear and the junk, but they're gonna get into trouble if it's just okay. That guy is freaking circumcised. So what
It
they
would be
do
a
is
good
they.
distraction though, Joe. Like if you had a picture with a bell bottom, a huge
Who does
distraction.
that? American Apparel, like.
What?
Their models are just naked, or not naked. It's like go and look at the women's clothing section of American Apparel like .com, and you will be surprised pleasantly. I might add. Kit Kat. What's wrong, Kit
You
Kat?
seem like the type of person that would wank off to American Apparel catalog.
Sure, those chicks are cute. You essentially just said you seem like the type of person who would wank off to attractive women, and it's like you got me.
I mean, models in clothes. You're
That's
talking about
vacuous.
models in clothes, right?
It's vacuum. Well, again, go and look at American Apparel, and
Oh, John with the links. Thanks. That's helpful.
freaking John's Oracle from whatchamacallit.
Oh, there's no pictures here. I want to see
Well, it's
pictures.
Wikipedia. That's why you have to. I don't know why I'm being more uppity with you. Sorry. Yeah, dude. Oh. Like, I think on Reddit, someone's just, now you can see this woman's a-hole. They don't even care anymore.
Well, these are quote unquote normal girls, like next door type of deal.
Huh.
Yeah, nice. I like these pictures.
Tell us, see?
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
This isn't Sears catalog or something. And it's like, apparently they only photograph things in very, very, very cold studios. It's, you kind of feel bad. Yeah, these are great products, You can tell a lot of effort was put into this product. Yeah, they don't use Wonder Bread there. That's funnier than how everyone's acting. Only have 2 viewers.
I'm one of them.
Eddie Murphy has a nice Eddie Murphy has a nice bit in, I think it's Delirious stand-up, where he talks about McDonald's and Wonder Bread.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Wait,
Yeah.
who was it again? I didn't hear the first part.
Eddie Murphy.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I've seen that. That was hilarious.
This is one comedian. When you were a kid, you had to, we had to go and jack off to the Sears catalog. Nowadays, kids can just go to Sears.com. It's like, oh, that's silly. That's a silly switcheroo. What's this? Act now, or we'll break your kneecaps. I should do something about this.
Yeah, were you like
that sounds very
were you too afraid to buy like the Playboy in the magazine stores?
The one time I finally tried to do it, I was like months away from being 18, and the guy was like, no. And I'm like, oh, for Christ. And he's like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, I'm not like buying alcohol. I'm buying like the most tame nudie mag. That's the start of why I don't believe in God.
See, that argument does make sense to me.
Was this at a time when you didn't have, decent internet access?
No, I think it was like there's some celebrity or something in it. And, well, I didn't know how, yeah. Let's see. Well, I guess I can calculate when it was because it was when I was 17. No, I can't. We need Nadia in here. She's good with math.
I'm wondering, am I heading down a wrong path in life where I'm like browsing for pepper spray, combat stuff, knives? I'm buying all types of shit here.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, and looking at American Apparel swimsuits. Are you going to go, like, are you going camping?
No.
You just want to buy all that stuff? You know who you should ask about knives and stuff? You should ask Cliff.
For self-defense.
Have you seen? Oh, well, yeah, actually. Have you seen his channel is all knives, like all knife reviews, and people send him like manufacturers send him knives, and he has this really funny fucking video. I'll find it, and he runs like a forum about it where they test they do like hard sciencey tests on knives, and it's like I guess that's what they do in Newfoundland or Newfoundland.
Next, I'll be buying. Next, I'll be buying guns, and then I'll be on a government watch list. Possible terrorists.
So what can you guys do with guns where you live?
We can't buy
in Brussels? How is that possible in Brussels?
South Africa, not a hell of a lot.
No, we can't. We can't buy guns. I was just joking.
I was gonna say, and especially after what happened, you know, people who came from Brussels, you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have two armed military guys, like with P90s, guarding every busy street.
Yeah, if I stay up tonight, I'll definitely be able to go to sleep, and then I can go to sleep and wake up to prepare to debate Matt Bell.
Matt Mel.
What? Matt Bell.
It is very interesting that a lot of people on these hangouts, a lot of regulars, seems to have really fucked up biorhythms or sleep issues, you know. Or
No, we're all unhealthy people. That's why. We're all weirdos. I think that's actually better to say. There's something wrong with all of us.
I'm a weirdo, but my biorhythm is okay.
Well, I guess that's no. Well, what's common amongst weirdos is like something like insomnia or having like a weird, I guess, biorhythm, right?
Or thinking you're an albatross.
Albatross, what is there? Are they diurnal, nocturnal, urinal?
No, I would put an albatross in a cage and put it in the desert with no water too. I'm gonna give a fuck.
That's just mean.
You just make eye contact with it, man. That's what fucks it up.
Look at me when you slowly perish. Look at me, you silly bird.
Have you guys ever seen Bad Lieutenant with Nicolas Cage? Oh, it's so fucking great. Oh, it's just.
I stopped watching Nicolas Cage movies after The Wicker Man.
Yeah, but dude, it's a Werner Herzog film. He is.
Okay, he's okay.
So, Bad Lieutenant, it's just Nicolas Cage being. The whole movie is him just being like super messed up. But.
So it's a Nicolas Cage movie.
Yeah. Well, what is it? The whole thing is that he's obviously a messed up person and corrupt as hell. Like he takes like drugs from the evidence locker, but there's something about it. Like he takes drugs from the evidence locker, but like there's a scene where people are like, "Wait a minute, there was a lot more coke in here," and he's like, "Well, I mean that's how I found it." And one of the guys is like, well, should we look into it? And like the other person's like, no, this is enough to convict a person, so it's not really a big deal. And it's like, so he'll do that. He'll take just enough coke, but not enough to make it so he obstructs justice. But then he goes and like smokes crack with what is it? Like, it's such a good flick. I want to watch it now, but I can't because...
It sounds like the male version of Godless girl if she were to be a cop.
Okay, so Cliff Stamp can also help all of you out with your knife needs, and there is a video to go to. because Cliff's from Newfoundland. He says 13 really funny. He says like 13 or something. It sounds silly. And so me and Ludic are always trying to like get him to say 13 because he has a really good voice and he's really good at explaining stuff. He's into like education, and only when he gets into kind of like a back and forth or a heated back and forth does he starts to talk really fast. But he's usually pretty good about I guess curbing his accent. And so me and Ludic can never do it. We're always like, what's 7 plus 2 plus 4 again? But I don't know what that is. Cliff, can you tell us? And he's like, oh, you kids, go fuck yourself. But I had him and I hung out to talk about how to go up against Matt Bell, because Matt Bell is just gonna make me like earn my atheism title, and he will just run any single god, and if I cannot like even like mention something about that god, he's gonna be like, bam, you're on. I mean, I'm just not gonna be able to respect charity, and so there's a probabilistic argument I use, and we kind of went through it to try and see if we can make it, so we can at least make it so Matt will be just unreasonable in his demand, but it involved probability, right? And I mentioned we started talking about I think it's just combinatronics, and I said the problem with that is it always talks like apparently probability only talks in terms of poker hands, and I never learned the poker hands, and they said it's
that's interesting.
like if you pulled 5 face cards, what's the probability that the next 5 cards will give you a flush? And he's like,
that has to do with odds, and percentage based on how many.
Well,
cards
odds, chance, likeliness, it's all probability. He's like, well, what you do is you look at the different types of suits. You look at how many cards are in those. It's suits, right? And he goes, so there's 13 cards in the. I'm like, oh, I fucking got him to say it, and I didn't even know I was trying, and I lost it, and I was so upset because it was off air and Ludic wasn't there. I think me and Ludic would have giggled like how Gus and I giggle when we're in MK's room.
What nationality is Cliff?
He's from Canada, but he's from Newfoundland,
okay.
And there are a lot of they were like the last place in Canada, I want to say province, but I'm probably messing it up, to become part of Canada, and I think a lot of their settlers were Irish, so they have like I said, 13 and stuff, that kind of stuff. Gus is always so good at it. He does a great Newfie. But it doesn't. I don't think it's like bad or anything. I don't know. There's something I admire about the types of accents and dialects and stuff that mean you talk really fast, because I talk so slow. Like I wish I had that. And the thing with Gus, not Gus. The thing with Cliff is he'll talk really fast. And he says very like he knows his stuff, but it's like he talks so fast. You're like, well, you just address like 2 points and I can't, or you just address like 5 points. I can't keep up.
It's shotgun style.
Well, no, it's not that. It's he just talks so fast. It's not that, I mean, when you take them apart, it's not that they all suck. Or at least that's the implication I get from calling the argument a shotgun. Dude, have you read the written debate between William Lane Craig and Walter Sinnott Armstrong?
No.
I listened to the audio then.
Well, they did. The only audio available is for their problem of evil debate, and that's really good. But they did a debate before that was just God's existence, but for whatever reason it wasn't recorded, and that's always a bummer. But
William Lane Craig versus Kagan.
Yeah. Kagan, I mean, Kagan he also had all the advantages. Like, he went first, it was much more specific, and it was much more informal. The thing with
advantage?
What's up? I don't think he was taking advantage. Well, what'd you say?
Do you think going first is better?
That's how
William Lane Craig almost always goes first.
He always goes first. He essentially has in most cases he does have the affirmative, but he makes sure to go first because then he can frame the debate because he knows how to debate, and people don't know
he's
that.
a really good debater.
Yeah, people don't know that.
I feel like the atheist has to rip down all my arguments and then erect their own.
Yeah, and people don't know. All you have to do is just go up and say, "I don't have to do any of that." Like, saying that is enough.
I thought Craig destroyed Harris with the morality, though.
Fucking Harris fell apart.
Well, he did, but it's because Sam Harris's position on morality is fucking stupid.
That too. That as well.
I don't understand his position. Is he claiming it's subjective?
He's just saying that human health and flourishing is the good.
Yeah, he's just saying a brute fact, and it's like you can maybe articulate something meaningful in the context of morality from that, but it's nothing new, and it's not. It's yeah. You
Joe,
don't even have. What's up, bro?
Have you seen the debate between William Lane? It's an old debate. I think it's from the early 90s. William Lane Craig versus Paul Kurtz. I think that's better than the popular debate with Sam Harris. I think I gave the link before. Also to Godless Girl, I gave the link. It's Paul Kurtz versus William Lane Craig, and the title is is God Good Enough? Or I think that's the title, and I think that's the best one Greg ever did on this.
On morality?
Greg destroyed Hitchens too.
I won't watch that because I always liked Hitchens, and I know
Sean Carroll one, I didn't understand what the fuck they were saying.
Such a bummer with the Sean Carroll one because Sean Carroll can argue about other topics, and it's such a bummer that instead of having 3 talks or debates in a row with Sean Carroll, that he has 3 of them in a row with Lawrence Krauss, who sucks.
Oh, I watched all 3 of those, and you know what's funny is in one of them, Lawrence Krauss's opening statement, more than half of the 20-minute opening statement is just ad homs against Craig.
I think he Craig made a reference thinking that rape is right is like thinking that there's a squared circle, and something like that. And when Lawrence Krauss came up, he said he argued that there is no such thing as a squared circle, and he showed that he has a T-shirt that says a squared circle, blah blah blah. There's some sort of thing.
Didn't Anders?
So wait a minute. Are you saying that rape is good then, Lawrence Krauss? What's up? Sorry, what's up?
I like William Lane Craig.
I think he's a very good debater.
And I think that the bullshit buzzard was very inappropriate.
That was terrible. Yeah.
I think what's his name? Savathorn or Anders has a video about how Lawrence Krauss is an idiot and how he denies logic and stuff. I saw it once and that was a very good video, even though the guy's an atheist himself.
Lawrence Krauss is an idiot.
There's something about a grown man with a PhD who says that philosophy is stupid or something. There's something about that. I mean, if you're getting your PhD, I almost feel like you have to have some sort of philosophy course in order to. I mean, you don't even have to say.
It's
What's
funny
up?
that the atheists in the departments of philosophy of science, for example, are having field days with these popular idiots like Neil Tyson or whatever his face is, the Afro-American dude.
Neil
Who's,
deGrasse Tyson.
yeah, who's always shitting about philosophy and atheists
Well,
that
what
are,
Craig does is when he's attacking like a cosmologist, he'll go to use philosophy, and then when he's attacking a philosopher, he'll use sciences.
Well, Craig also he focused on the philosophy of time, which kind of does make you. I mean, it is kind of like being in the philosophy of science. And so he also is familiar with the science as well. But I don't. I mean,
I just remember Hitchens failing so miserably.
Hitchens
I heard
didn't
that.
fail. He just didn't debate. It's
Right,
impossible.
he didn't even respond to the arguments.
Well, that's yeah, but he made his point in the beginning. Hitchens is impossible to crush, though. He just got too much like style to be crushed. But it wasn't a debate. You know, it wasn't really a debate.
Hitchens was just bitching, really.
That's all he ever does, though. Hitchens is a rhetorician.
Yeah.
that's pretty funny, Justin.
I mean,
Hitchens
he's
has never been a.
That picture, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Have you seen? You've probably seen this, right? I'm going to send the Common Sense Atheism review of the Craig debates. I think the guy kind of gives Craig too much credit in some of the debates, but other than that,
People
okay.
like for Craig. I don't understand why.
I think Frank, people don't agree with me, but I think Frank Turek is a good debater.
Frank Turek copies Craig. That's the funny thing.
Yeah,
Ham's the Tortoise copies Craig.
I think
Ham's
you
the
have the
Tortoise.
same views on Craig that you do have for EF, Godless Girl. I think they're both misguided.
Oh my god. Okay, so
Elaborate.
there's elaborate.
Well, so if I talk to EF for 10 minutes, I can put EF in a corner about 3 of his positions pretty easily. I can show that he doesn't know what he's talking about, right? It's really simple. So in what sense would a person like that, who debates every day about the same 3 arguments that he knows are wrong, right? In what sense are they a good debater? Because they can pick on people that don't know that they're problematic? How does that make them a good debater?
Are you using
Yeah,
this to
but
say
that's
that
not.
Craig isn't a good debater?
Craig debates PhDs, Justin.
That doesn't matter though. Craig's had a couple of these arguments disproven, right? Pretty definitively. And he knows the Kalam is flawed.
It doesn't matter if you're It doesn't matter who you are, or if you're even defending a position you hold. If you're winning the
I'm
debate,
saying it doesn't matter if you argue PhDs. If you know your arguments are weak and you only run them against people you know can't defend them.
but you can still win a debate by doing that. Like I can pretend to be
good at anything.
Here's the reason why Craig still kind of has an edge is that the people he argues against, yeah, he does. I mean, only PhDs makes it so people who probably have background in debating can't debate him, like Jeffrey J. Lauder, for example. But also the thing with Craig though is he does make bad arguments, and he is underhanded in some sense, but he knows how to show when someone else's argument is bad, and he knows how to do it in an accessible way that audience can see. And
EF is good at debate.
oh my god, I need to flush my fucking eyes out. I'm gonna go die.
EF is good at defeating white belts, Justin.
Yeah, but he's just good at picking weak opponents. That's the case for both of them.
Yeah, and he's good at like.
He's good at defeating them too.
Well, anybody's good at defeating a weak person, a weak opponent. It's tautological to say that.
Oh my fucking god. Alright, so I might actually gouge out my eyes because of the allergies. So if I become blind, I'm going to somehow blame you guys.
If you become blind, then I'll put you in a desert too, with no water.
Well, you can't make eye contact with me, though.
Well, I can still look at you and say, haha.
Well,
I can still look at you.
EF is a good debater on Pal Talk because he can beat up all the atheists on there.
He can't, though.
Besides the one from the Skype group, who can he?
Shotguns. Well, no, not Shotgun. I mean, what's his face?
Shotgun's a Christian.
I'm not talking about him. There's another guy on there. What's his fucking name?
What's his motherfucking
Revolver?
name? Like Snoop Dogg.
I've forgotten his name because I haven't been on Pal Talk in like 3 months now.
Beretta?
I stopped going on Pal Talk.
Grim so grim.
But look, the difference is, if you pick weak opponents, then of course you're going to be a good debater relative to weak opponents, right? I think it's just kind of an empty claim to say someone's good because they pick weak opponents.
Well, I
think
don't
he has
agree
good
with
debate
that
skills, too.
for William Lane Craig, though.
You think what, Godless Girl?
He has good debate skills.
In what sense?
He's good at keeping control of the conversation.
But only against weak opponents, though.
I haven't seen him with someone who can, like, who he
And
doesn't
people
just
who are
flat out
equal to him.
ignore, though. I haven't seen him with
Like
someone.
with Joe
Well,
today.
Godless, if EF was a good debater, then how come he doesn't do well against Jack?
Because Jack's better than him.
So it does.
Just as a human
But
being.
if you're a good debater, though, it seems like your debate skills would hold up even against a better debater, right?
Okay.
Yeah, like he
BRB.
did against Joe today.
Hey, can you fuckers hear me or what?
Yeah.
No, it means you could hold up against somebody who has a rebuttal to your argument and is
Okay.
right. You could defend a position that's wrong
Hey, Palm, you there?
and defeat somebody who's not necessarily a better debater than you, but who's better informed than you.
Have you seen him do that?
Yeah, he did it to Joe today.
I didn't see that argument, so I can't say.
Don't talk about me because I'm gonna be AFK for a bit.
Okay. Let's talk shit about Joe now.
EF's defeated me before. Me and EF are afraid of each other.
I don't know why you say that. Why do you think EF's afraid of you?
Because, for one thing, when I go into his hangout, he keeps warning me that if I start to troll, which means if I start defeating him like Jack does, that he's going to kick me out. And because I can see that we're both hesitant when asking each other questions, I just can
think
tell.
you're afraid of EF, but I'm not sure EF's afraid of you.
I think he is.
Maybe.
Have you ever seen me and EF debate?
I've heard you talk before. I've never seen you debate. Do you mean like formally debate?
Not like a planned formal debate, but go back and forth on the mic on Pal Talk.
Yeah, I've seen you guys do that a couple times.
You don't think I could defeat EF?
Well, I think you could because you know the arguments that he's weak on.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I don't think that I could defend my own positions against him, and I don't think he can defend his own positions against me.
Which position do you have that you think you couldn't defend?
He could get me for...
EF has a collection of irrational positions. It seems like it would be easy to defend positions against EF. I mean, the longer I know EF and the Skype group, I just think EF's not even a real. He's not even a real debater.
So you think I shouldn't be afraid of him?
And I don't think you should be afraid of EF at all.
Don't you think he's in the better half of the Google Plus Hangouts community?
No.
If you ranked everybody for debate skills?
Look, it depends on your criteria, right? The people that don't know EF's arguments or why they're wrong.
If
sure.
you rated all the Christians.
But look, it
Justin.
depends on what you're rating by, right? Like
Debate
you're gonna be a shitty debater against EF if you don't know how to undermine his arguments, right? But that's
Right.
just saying if you don't know the arguments, you're not going to be good at arguing for them, which is obvious.
So you think more than half the atheists on Google Hangouts could undermine his arguments?
No, I don't think that's their goal. I think you're talking about two different things. You're talking about people who debate and know how to argue versus people
I'm asking you, could they? Are they capable of it?
Yeah, of course they are.
More than half?
Yeah, more than a third.
I just don't agree with that. I just see EF win most of the time.
I'm not saying EF doesn't Well, I disagree that he wins most of the time. 90% of the time he's being run off by Jack, but the other 10% when he's by himself, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is a lot of people on G+ don't come here to learn arguments and defend positions. EF does it solely. That's his only function, right? So you're comparing apples and oranges.
Okay, so can I say that without Jack, that EF is better at winning the arguments that he talks about in Google Hangouts against more than half the atheists in Google Hangouts?
Yeah, but again, I just think it's apples and oranges. People on here aren't that interested in argument and, you know, philosophical arguments, particularly like philosophy of time. That's not a big interest here. That's why he's on here, is because it's, you know...
I know.
Yeah, he's got grounds for, like, you know, reaping a harvest or whatever. But he's just a... I mean, like, once you've spotted the areas that he knows he's full of shit on, and you watch him run the arguments, he ceases to be, like, a threatening or intimidating figure. Like, he's just a pussy.
What about most well-informed in the arguments? So you got Shamos and Matt Bell, then who comes next, if not EF?
Yeah, I mean, I guess Matt Bell, but Matt Bell...
No, I'm saying there's Matt Bell and Shamos, and then who's third, if not EF?
Oh, I mean, yeah, you could put EF third.
Oh, okay, so see, that's what I'm talking about.
What does Max Hangouts?
Why do you always try to rank people, Godless Girl? What's the deal with that?
I don't know.
You're always doing that, I've noticed that.
I don't know, because I think about it a lot. I don't know why.
Huh.
I'm comparing myself to the rest of the ranks, I guess. I don't know.
I won't put too much stock in how lay people rank other persons in terms of debate and stuff. We're all lay persons here.
I mean, that's true, but it
Is
also...
there something wrong with that?
It takes a while to rank people correctly, though.
It's
I
what?
think that's to do with validation. Look, I'm important. It's a form of attention whoring. Look, I'm a brown belt or something. Bullshit.
That's true.
What did you say, David?
I think it's a form of validation and attention whoring.
Oh, I don't think I'm doing it for attention, but yeah, I think I'm giving myself validation because I'm above other people.
I mean, the whole black belt, the whole belt system and stuff, and ranking in general, not you trying to rank people, or Justin suggesting that you have an obsession with ranking people, I think.
What?
I think Justin is saying it's a bit excessive on your part, how you always rank
Yeah,
people.
I could probably agree to that.
Yeah, I think even the Skype group has gone a little crazy with that kind of shit.
Yeah, but the people in the Skype group are...
Why? Because it's
are doing it
unproductive?
for fun, right? Not that they're
It's
serious.
not productive. It's getting to the point where it's detached from reality.
But surely it's just for fun. Like, none of them are like, dude, I'm a fucking red belt or black belt on Hangout.
Yeah,
Nobody cares.
Hopefully that is the case. Yeah.
I hope so.
So what criteria? What criteria would you rank people by then in the Hangouts, Justin? If you had to rank people?
I mean, I don't know if I would do that, first of all, but
I asked you to do it before, and you ranked everybody that was in that current Hangout.
Yeah, but I'm basing that off how I think you would rank them.
Oh.
Yeah.
And how do you think I rank them?
Probably by who wins, or who...
Oh, so can you do that, rank them?
Of who wins?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really see the purpose of doing that.
Okay, then don't do it, never mind. Yeah, why do I think about that so much?
I have no idea.
I think if all the regulars in these Hangouts just stopped going, they would forget about each other in the course of a few weeks or months. Like, nobody would stop and think about it.
Well, I think...
I just want to say that I think, David, I might be doing it for validation, but see, I mastered the religious debate just enough that I could beat up like every theist on Pal Talk, and I got sick of it, and then I went to Islam, and I just completely stopped doing it. But I mean, I stuck to it for a long time.
You said like 18 months or something.
What?
You said like 18 months or something.
Yeah, it's been 18 months since like I beat up weak people on Pal Talk. Everybody on Pal Talk is weak, really. All the Christians. I spent 2 years of my life fucking just reading, watching YouTube videos about, and debating fucking people, talking about the religious debate on the internet, just so I could fucking destroy everybody on Pale Talk.
What do you think is the most persuasive argument against theism?
Against theism?
Yeah. Or argument for atheism, whichever.
Well, I don't know about an argument, but just the lack of evidence.
The lack of evidence that a God exists. I mean, what do you think is,
For any god or for the Christian God?
How about the God of theism? The God of theism usually is defined as the perfect
maybe
being
that is
model.
logically coherent.
It's a God that is it is a immaterial.
The God with the three omnis.
Yeah, pretty much. It's an eternal, immaterial person who is the author and sustainer of the universe, who is all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfectly
I know the
good.
definition, Joe. It's a logically incoherent concept.
No. Just saying that definition is never enough. It seems like no one ever. I mean, it's such a straightforward definition.
Omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent, immaterial, creator of the universe with free will.
With free will, see, that's like a. I mean,
sentient being, I should say.
Non-physical person.
Justin, what is the most convincing argument for atheism?
The fact that the triomni properties don't work together.
So what I said, right?
Pretty much, and then the lack of predictive expectations. Those two alone they kill it.
Yeah, the explanation or explanationism or explanationist approach to theism is really popular.
So wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
If somebody asks you, like, if somebody asks me, do I believe in the Christian God, should I say, well, I don't understand your question because it's not like a...
No.
Oh,
are you a non-cognitivist?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying it's not cognitively meaningful. Yeah.
You don't have to avoid that question about, like, people made a big deal about this. Should I affirm the belief or should I disconfirm the belief? The atheist versus agnostic shit. That doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying since it's a logically incoherent concept, it's not cognitively meaningful, right? So we don't even know. It's just like gibberish.
No,
that sounds like agnosticism, right?
That's non-cognitivism. That you know what they mean when they say God. There's a difference between it ultimately being ignorant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's already just being it's almost like it sounds uncharitable to me. I mean, I know people can hold that position. I shouldn't knock them for it.
Once you're done debating, then you can say that. Then you can say so when at the end of the debate you can say so when you say God, it doesn't make sense for me to say I believe in what we're talking about now. Once
no kitty cat. I don't.
Nonsense.
Go to attack theism like Justin does.
But we can't understand what it is, right? We can't comprehend what it is.
You only want to point that out at the end of the debate. Otherwise, you're
okay.
Being a dick.
If my goal is to win,
doesn't really matter. So if you, like Justin, attack the Omnimax and try to show that it's a contradiction in terms or it doesn't work within, then the position of the atheist or agnostic is irrelevant. That's
exactly.
True.
Oh, I just want to point out that I'm the only person on the internet that will admit that when I'm scared of somebody.
That's not true.
That you what?
I'm scared of Jack.
Who am I afraid of?
I wouldn't debate Jack.
I'm afraid of a lot of people.
I'd rather debate Rainion, even though I think he's better, but Jack has more, if he wants to, he has more venom and he can really point out the sore spots. And I think Rainion is too nice a person to do that.
The thing with Jack is he's so, he's not condescending about any of this. That's what gives him an upper hand, in my opinion. When you talk to other theists and stuff around here about these things, and you can tell they know what they're talking about and they know something about philosophy, but it's just there's a condescension. I remember someone stated, well, isn't a syllogism only two premises and a conclusion?
Yeah,
What?
I think it's worse though. If the atheist is very
Well-
dry and calm and collected about it, that's worse. If the rest of the people see that the theist lost and he's cool about it, that's even worse. But if somebody's taunting and like, haha, I won, that's just poor class, and that will.
Yeah. Well,
away
when the person
I do that.
when the person made that claim, like just the two theists in the room just started laughing at him. They're like, "What I think I heard, what a fucking idiot," and it's like, Jesus Christ, this is just like a, I mean, it's not a
minor
like-
point.
Well, why
it's
don't
not
people
even a
hate-
mistake. Like you're taught that there's a certain type of syllogism that is only two premises and a conclusion, and oftentimes people just forget that. Yeah, it could be extended. That's also a syllogism,
That's true.
and it's like
I remember that example, Joe. I remember that happening.
I was just, I mean, like, oh,
I
you
just
two.
maybe
fuckers.
EF is just like me, and he's not doing it to be malicious.
No, that's not the case. I
Yeah,
don't know
people
why you
see
think
something
that.
in EF that I just don't see. I guess I trust what other people's conclusions, but
I just don't
Have
know
you
where you're getting this idea that he's not a dickhead at. Like, I'll give you an example. The other day, Pope.
yeah, but I can be like that too.
Yeah, he was a piece of shit, the Pope, too. That's right.
I guess the personal attacks on people.
Well, well, Justin mentioned it earlier. Have you, well, okay, no more, he's not here, and I got into
Oh,
a discussion.
Stop it.
I got into a discussion about how, like, Talking Shit Tuesday kind of seems like it is just kind of like a, look at this idiot, fuck him.
We have Talking Shit Tuesday? I didn't know that.
No,
Oh, it's
we
awesome.
people love it, so.
Can you
But
invite me next time?
Well, we don't have it. It's JD Kane, but he
you
would
invite
love it if you went in there. Well, I'm sure if you ask him, he actually
I
responds.
don't know who that is.
JD Kane?
I don't know him
He's-
either.
He came in
he's-
Donnie's once. We destroyed EF together. That was awesome.
Yeah. Well, he's very confident, and he does actually know. He knows a bit more than kind of what he's willing to work with. Actually, it seems.
I'll talk shit.
Yeah, you would probably be the belle of the ball. If you don't do, well, you're not going to do the Muslim thing anyways, right?
Right.
He's done with that now.
But when Godless girl talks shit, it's not intimidating. I think it's cute.
I don't know. I think he can be intimidating sometimes.
Oh,
Have you guys heard
this
that
will be-
recording of me screaming at Faithless?
Exactly, and also the one where you screamed at that girl to see who could be more ghetto.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
She's on medication now, so no more level 5 for us.
No. When she was like, this is like probably the third time I've mentioned this in 24 hours. When she was in the room with G-Man and Neff, and she was going, "Isn't it? I mean, are you saying that it's not possible for there to be like a process that is like a step-by-step process that could lead to the eye?" And they kept on going, "Well, there's no evidence for blah blah." And you just were like, "I'm not saying that there's evidence for it." They were just like, yeah, don't hurt us.
Oh,
Like,
I
if I
don't
talk-
remember that.
If I talked, like, they're like, "All right, you're kicked, Joe." But like you, like, they couldn't deal.
That's funny.
Oh, it was so funny.
John brought up a interesting person, Matt Slick. I don't think he's a bully or malicious. You guys think
I don't
so?
think
I've debated Netflix.
But he's
I
not
don't
a
think he's
bully.
a bully.
I
Either.
think he's a cunt.
I don't think he's that bright. Like, I don't think he's that smart. I
I
feel
don't know.
bad saying that. Like, I just don't think he's all that. Like, me and Cliff have talked about it. Cliff goes, he knows his stuff when he's talking about something, but if it's anything, like, remotely, like, if it's anything just slightly out of his frame
He
of
just has
reference.
He has a scumbag air of entitlement, and then on top of that, he hosts his show with 3 other dickheads that just support everything he says, right? So when
Yeah.
anybody goes in there with a confrontational or a viewpoint that opposes them, it's just like 3 chuckleheads agreeing with Matt
know,
Slick on
Have you guys seen that
bullshit.
that episode where I think this Alex guy from the UK who
Yeah.
was a philosopher, and he explained to him that
Alex Button?
disjunctive
No,
syllogism,
not
that was
Malpass.
that was very
Yeah.
painful to watch. Yeah.
That's what just sucks. It's like, look, if you're just stopping at every single thing, when they finally get to their conclusion, people forget what are we talking about. Sometimes it's just like, look, this is what I'm gonna say. Now let's go premise. But no, like Matt was. I mean, the name of my last hangout was not dash the word dash and then an actual dash Matt, because Matt was like, whoa, you have not P. You spelt it out and you have a dash. I thought you were saying not P because you had the dash there, but then you spelt out the word not. And it's like, in what, I mean, when I say, when I write out 33, I don't write out the word 30 and then actually have the letter 3. the number 3. You don't just like switch, and it's just, but like that was just holding him back, I think, for like 10 minutes. He wasn't able to go, maybe it's just not P.
Double negation is a positive? Oh, wow.
Oh, that was the funny part, too.
Joe, what do you think of DPR?
Oh, DPR is long-winded.
I hate DPR.
I hate DPR, too.
I like DPR.
You guys are just, you guys have bigger balls than me. Like, I do not like how he'll hijack things.
I just want him to get to the fucking point.
Yeah, or I want him to, like, remember when points are fucking made to him. Someone, it was Seth. Seth was, like, doing, like, the Raven paradox with him.
Uh-huh.
And he was, DPR was, oh fuck, this is talking shit. We're not even, no. What's the music playing? I can't see it. I'm blind right now.
I got it fixed.
Like, I'm blind right now, so I'm wondering, I thought it'd be funny if, like, every time you guys bring up someone, Joe, what do you think of this person? And that person's actually in the room, and I can't see. You're like, Joe, what do you think of DPR? I'm just like, I fucking hate him. And then I finally get my vision.
DPR knows who I am now because of Jack. Because Jack introduced him. Introduced me to him once as he said, "My name's Amon. I have a big dick and I play classical guitar."
You have a big dick.
And I saw him again today, and he was like, Amon, that sounds familiar. And I was like, oh yeah, I have a big dick and I play classical guitar.
You remember? I mean, there was a point where he was like, well, this Ferrara person was mentioning, and it's like, look, DPR, you come in here all the goddamn time. Farhan is the only Muslim dude. He's the only Muslim dude. He's well-spoken, and he's very involved in all the discussions, and you still don't know his fucking name?
Right.
And like, DPR just decided, that was when Godless Girl was in that room, and he's like, DPR's like, and who do you think they are? And Godless Girl just goes, they're the sons of Allah! It's just, so that wasn't helping. And DPR decided, okay, this guy's getting mad at me for not knowing who people are. So I'm just gonna, like, he was like, I guess when I was laughing at Godless Girl, he's like, how dare you laugh at the plight of people.
Well, he asked me why ISIS is doing what they're doing, and I said, they're the sons of Allah.
Yeah, they're the sons of Allah! It was just...
The way I screamed it.
It was the funniest thing. And so I started laughing at that, and Nootropic was in there too. So he was having his shits and giggles regiment too. And DPR was like, "How dare you?" And I'm like, "Oh, you don't know what we're talking about because you're drunk and because you have no idea what's going on. I called you out for something. You decide, hey, I'll just play like appeal to outrage." And then everyone's like, oh, hey, they're having a conversation. Let's break it. That's the story of my life. I remember, I think Matt Bell called me fucking stupid for running an argument. And I'm like, okay, let me respond because I was called fucking stupid. But two people just were like started. It's like, look, if someone's arguing with Justin, and then they go, all right, Justin, you're also a stupid cunt. I'm not going to jump in and go, hey, gang, what about this argument? I think if Justin wants to respond to that accusation, he should be able to. But there's no standards here. Mac's right. We don't have a standard.
Right. I agree with
Okay, I'm getting my eyesight back. Godless girl, how come you don't have your belt status as your icon yet?
I don't want to do it if we're the only two people that are going to do it. And Justin's bitching at me for thinking about rankings all the time.
Fucking Amon.
None of the white belts will admit they're white belts, so nobody's going to wear a white belt.
Fine, I'll do a white belt. I'm going to get a white belt.
No.
Who gives a shit? I'll get a white belt. I mean, Reyes was like posting all the different types of belt systems. And it's like, you could be a black and red belt. It's the second step in Taekwondo, apparently.
Yeah, you go up colors for each individual belt before you rank to the next belt in Taekwondo.
You can go beyond.
Don't you get stripes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You get color stripes on your belt.
I want to go into Darwin's room with a white belt and then kick his ass.
That'd be the best thing ever.
What do you think Darwin's the weakest on?
Atemporal causation. Gettier cases.
I am surprised that like atemporal, because atemporal, I can't say it right now. Well, maybe that's why no one runs the argument.
Temporal.
Maybe other people. Yeah, atemporal arguments are not used more often, because it's like, look, fucker, this space-time happened at the beginning of the universe. There's no like space or time for God to do shit. Everything we understand in terms of like causation, actions, intentions, everything are all with respect to the concept of time. To say that God could do any of those things before the concept of time even existed is you're saying nothing.
Right.
You're telling us nothing.
William Lane Craig has a response to an argument
What's up?
on his Reasonable Faith website.
Oh, cool! I want to hear it actually.
Really long.
It seems too
but
easy.
I think he still doesn't solve the objection.
What's up?
Justin has a video where.
The what argument?
Oh wait, are you showing a video that copyright? I don't want. Oh, I forgot to link to Nadia's like Patreon. I should do that.
No, this is just a video game.
Yeah, but it's your full screen and.
I was gonna say that Justin has a video where all of a sudden it pauses and it says, "This is where William Lane Craig fucks up."
Oh yeah, that's the only video on my YouTube page.
I always feel so bad because like Steve will come in and go, "Hey, I watched your video on blah blah blah," and I'm like, "I don't watch any of your guys' shit." Like unless it's something that's funny or talked about. Oh, there's one video I keep on wanting to watch, and now that I have all your guys' attention, I can't remember which one it is.
The one about fat dicks?
The fat dicks one?
Yeah.
No, that's like my homepage.
Oh yeah, I've watched it like 10 times already.
No, the funniest one is his Josh arguing with Veckel.
I don't know who the fuck Veckel is.
Veckel, I think he has like a lot of stuff from the Bible memorized.
He knows a lot about the theology.
He's like Mac, but then a bit better.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a bit more like
memorizing fucking Harry Potter.
He's a bit slicker, and he's not. He's nicer. He's all right guy.
So
but lately, I'm sorry.
What did Josh argue with him about?
Well, the argument was like, okay, so here's the context. There's like a very, very liberal Christian who doesn't like the idea of attributing the. Okay, Veckel is like hardcore Calvinist guy.
Okay.
So he's fine with God committing the atrocities in the Bible because he's a biblical literalist. But there's this other guy who is not a biblical literalist, and it makes him uncomfortable to think that a good God would commit such atrocities. But instead of, like going to maybe that God doesn't exist, he thinks that Satan did it or something. And Veckel just like, no, this clearly says Lord. And so Hal and Josh are like, what's the difference between the way you're interpreting the text and the way that the other guy's name was David? What's the difference between the ways you guys are interpreting the text.
David Weiss.
And yeah, and whoa, this fucking cat's just like parkoured over each other.
Oh,
All right,
stop
sorry
putting your
about that.
fingers in their ass.
All right, so oh, what is it? So Veckel's like, well, it clearly says in the text, and Josh and Hal are like, that's begging the question. You guys are interpreting the text. You can't use the text to as your criteria for how you can interpret the text. You got to appeal to something outside. This was just not getting through to Veckel, and Veckel, all he thought was he just really, really wanted to read the verse. And he felt that reading that verse would somehow prove his point. But Josh and Howard are like, no, we don't want to hear. No, you're not getting our point. And it was just so funny. And Josh was getting so bad. And Josh is like, let me respond to what you're saying. And please don't interrupt me. And Veckel just kept on interrupting. And Josh is like, okay, can you please be quiet? Okay. He's like, okay, shut the fuck up. And Veckel's like, you don't need to tell me to shut you don't need to talk to me that way. And he's like,
Have you guys seen the video on my YouTube of Josh versus MK?
is it the
No.
one where he just like bows out?
The laser eye.
Laser beams.
Yeah.
Laser beams.
Yeah.
It's so weird that's what I always, every time I hear about that, you know what, I'm talking too much. You guys talk, my bad.
You can't just stop mid-sentence and tell us to talk, Joe.
I have the feeling that Josh sometimes isn't really irate or angry. He just plays a show, like rhetorical. But it's still funny though. It's still funny.
He's like, he was just yelling about Veckel. He's like, he needs to be taken out back and shot in the fucking head.
Darth
I
Kitty
want
made a Godless Computer playlist on YouTube.
What's up? Oh, I want to hear the one where she teams up with Mac against people. She's like,
Oh, I don't have that saved.
she's like, Mac, how are you gonna take that? He doesn't even know he exists. Mac's like, yeah, how do you not? I tried to convey to him, I'm like, dude.
What's funny is Matt didn't even understand what I was saying.
Yeah, well, he was agreeing with you, and I was trying to tell him, like, dude, usually when someone is clearly parodying you, they're not also very accurate in presenting your side of the argument. Don't you find it weird that it's obvious that she is just like trolling you, but at the same time she's presenting your argument perfectly, better than you? Don't you think that's a little weird that her trolling you is something that you agree with? I mean, usually it's a case when they're trolling you. I don't need to stress my point. I want to tear out my left eye right now. It's not worth it. Not worth
John,
it.
why are you giving me a link to my own channel?
Godless girl, check out this one chick.
Oh, for everyone.
Likely excuse.
Would you be scared, Joe, if you actually turned out to be blind, like literally blind? That would be
Fuck yeah.
like I would be so scared.
Fuck yeah. Why did you ask that, David?
Why are you bumming us out? Can you leave?
Because he was talking about not being
Tearing
able
up.
to see for like 5 or 6 times. That's why.
Yeah, 50,000 times. Sorry.
Oh, I would be scared for like my future, how miserable I would be.
Well, I think I would be able to justify how much.
I don't think I would even want to live anymore.
I would. Yeah, I was gonna say I would have to revisit Camus' question: why not kill yourself?
I don't know. It wouldn't really change.
I would probably kill myself.
It wouldn't change my relationship with Mina, I suppose.
Life just isn't worth. It's just not worth that much to me, I guess.
What's on the top of this?
Like I want to live right now, but.
Oh, you know what sucks is these people have really, really fancy schmancy teacups, and it would be really funny with my teacup shit. But since it's their stuff, I don't want to mess with it. I can't. It's like stacked in a glass case and stuff. I can't do that. I'm not showing the video. I'm not on the video, right? Because I'm about to get naked.
Life is funny and absurd, though. It's very entertaining.
Okay, don't fucking like just like breeze past naked Joe time. Just kidding.
Naked Joe with the wax grapes.
Hey, David, why do you agree with Darwin's that I'm a troll?
David was trolling you when he said that.
No, because David said that before though.
You were trolling with I don't
He's-
think you're that ignorant, so I assume
Yeah,
you
so
were
he-
trolling. I assume you were trolling with the whole poker is gambling by definition, etc.
Well, it involves chance, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go there with you right now.
I'm sorry. The definition of what? Sorry.
He doesn't think poker is gambling, because like as a Christian, he shouldn't. I mean, gambling is a sin.
It's
so he
not
does.
gambling. It's a game
I've
of
heard.
skill.
Yeah,
It's
I've
like,
heard
oh, it's a
arguments for
game of
that.
skill.
Say about it. Talk to CK.
No, it's you can. I mean, there's chance in every game, and you can argue that there's chance in every game of skill. Why does having chance make it?
Because that's
Did-
what gambling is.
Well, no.
I consider
chances.
gambling putting money in a fruit machine or putting it on black or white.
But I mean,
in a roulette.
if he just played poker, it wouldn't be a problem. Said he plays for money.
Well, this is the other issue, though. The thing is how important is chance to what's the
Look, I invest money with
probability space conferred to
Shut
the
up, Joe.
skill part of it and the chance part of it. If it's more on chance, then you're right, Amon.
Yeah, but it's not the
But it
case.
sounds like it's more on skill. Yeah.
He almost drew me in again. I'm not going to talk about it.
Wow. Yeah. Don't talk about it. This is a safe place, Amon.
Poker is a game of chance.
This is a safe place. I'll kick you next time you say such foul things.
Let's talk.
Joe gets all.
Let's talk about
David gets
sex.
all defensive about it.
Talk
Alright,
about
that's
it.
it.
He
You're
doesn't
out.
know.
You're out.
Get him, Amon. Get him.
You're out.
That's why he calls me a troll.
Suck that dick.
He's out. No, just kidding.
That's why he calls me a troll.
Justin is
he
a.
just comes right back at it.
I wonder who has the biggest penis, Josh or Amon.
Josh? You mean Justin?
Oh, sorry, yeah, Justin, because he always brags about it in Skype.
It's true. I
You
knew
just-
you were talking about because I'm the only one with a big penis.
You were just thinking about Josh's
He
penis.
said it like, you better know it.
I don't know. We'll have to compare.
Tear it down for what? Sorry.
Put the cam on and flap it on the table. No homo.
No,
I
don't
don't
get my.
know, my table.
You don't. Yeah. You don't. Turn down for what? Do, 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 do.
I like this game. You guys play Civilization?
No.
I have it installed on my computer, but I've never played it.
It's a fun ass game. Joe, you would love it as an anthropology person. Shit. Well, that's all
suck
the
at-
game's about.
I suck at everything, and
You suck at
included in
life.
I suck
included in everything is video. I'm never like even the video games I play. Like I play Zelda all the time. I was never.
This is not a game like that, though. It's more like research than it is a game.
Strategy involved.
Yeah, it's all purely reading about civilizations, building them, and then conquering other ones. That's all the game is. It's fun, though.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Josh, if you were financially independent.
Justin,
Oh, fuck.
not
I'm
all
sorry.
white people are the same, David.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that good one. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, if you were financially independent, like if you won, I don't know, like $20 million, would you go back to your job next week?
No.
Okay.
Hell no.
What would you do?
Are you gonna give him $20 million? Because I have the same answer.
I would just travel
That's what I was thinking I would do.
and fuck.
I want to go to Europe and see if their no-go zones are real.
I would travel
would.
so far that I would tell Arcane, like, look, I haven't fallen off the earth yet, and disprove his whole theory.
What would I?
Speaking of which, David, you let Arcane manhandle you this morning.
Not really. first of all, it was like 1 o'clock at night for me, and it was the first time I met the guy, so I was just trying to feel out what his position was. So
Arcane was like,
there was
he
there
said,
was no.
"David, you believe in a global flood," and David said, I don't think we can say one way or the other. And Arcane was like, well, it's in the Bible, bro. It's in the Bible.
Bruh.
Justin, where have you traveled so far?
Where have I been?
Yeah.
Turkey, Budapest, Prague, Vienna, London,
Damn.
Australia, Japan. I've been to a couple places.
Oh, were you in what is it, Midnight Express?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
The farthest I've ever been is Vaggus.
Vegas?
Yeah.
What?
Did you say Vaggus?
Las Vegas.
What the fuck is Vaggus?
I've never heard that in my life.
Sounds like a Jewish word
What?
it's like
Wagner Vaggus.
What did you do there? Play the slot machines?
I fucked her right in the Vaggus.
She just kind of does that. Like one day she was just saying Muslim.
She also says idiot funny. Idiot.
That's disgusting.
Jagumsko has a weird word. She has a couple of odd inflections on a couple of words.
I'm from Rochester.
Rochester.
So is Veckel.
Yeah, I know Veckel.
Vaggus.
Me and Veckel know the hood.
Look at John put.
I think it's also worth it. Just
Why is he laughing so hard? I don't even know.
it's just so stupid.
I like Joe's laugh though.
He's laughing at the way I said Vegas? What is he laughing at? Joe, mute your mic. What is he laughing at? What's he laughing at?
No, in my fucking room, I'm not gonna mute my mic when I'm laughing.
Tell me.
It sounds like you're saying fag and haggis. The farthest I ever been was fag.
Joe is emotionally unstable because I can't tell if he's laughing or crying.
I'm both. There's tears in my fucking eyes.
I think Google Hangouts is just festers with mental illness with all of us.
No, it's
He
like
claims to not be mentally ill.
no. Wait, this is why we're all fucking here. It's like weirdos gravitate to weirdos.
Right.
It's weird because I use what Richard Carrier says about how the Christian religion arose. You have people who are into these types of things are eventually going to find each other out. So we're all fucking weirdos who like arguing about stupid shit. We're eventually going to find each other.
That's true.
I mean,
That's a nice kitchen, by the way. It's a nice kitchen.
Yeah, it is.
this place, yeah.
Probably
And
the average person pulled off this. Yeah, that is a nice kitchen. The average person pulled off the street, listening to us, what we usually talk about would be like, who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit? Let's go to fucking.
You're right. Man. She says that weird too.
She knew what she was doing there, though. She fucking knew. Is anyone who's playing? Is Monopoly copyrighted? I swear, if you guys.
No, this is. Oh, never mind. Someone else.
Yeah, Darwin's may pull a copyright.
Joe, what are you cooking? What are you gonna eat?
The best. It's like a chicken noodle soup.
Nice.
Yeah,
I
she
know-
made me. The person who owns this house makes really good food, and I ate all the ribs, and now I'm gonna eat all the soup.
Oh, nice.
Does she give you blowjobs
Right.
too?
She's sucking.
No. She's I think she's in her 60s.
That's
Perfect.
fine. Gum job.
Exactly.
The dentures.
Oh,
I
sugar.
have to be fucking incredulous because this is fucking public.
I think
So-
he's talking about Sugar
Oh.
Tiberius.
No, she's not. She's still in her 50s.
Oh.
Is she here?
No.
She stays up fucking late too, right?
I go to sleep after it's light outside.
It's light
Mm.
outside now.
I know.
What time is it in
It's-
Vaggus?
I've been sleepy for hours though. I just keep drinking coffee.
What time is it? That's the farthest west you've been?
Yeah, I've only the farthest north I've been is Toronto. Farthest
How
south
many
is
coffee-
Texas.
How many
Godless-
coffee do you drink on a daily basis, Godless girl?
Oh, I don't even want to say. It's embarrassing.
If you
30.
quit cold
I don't
turkey,
even I don't even know it's so much
You're
because
gonna
I go
be
to
so fucked
Starbucks
up.
2 or 3 times a day, and
If
I
you
drink
quit right
coffee all night at home, and I drink it when I wake up in the morning, in the afternoon rather.
Damn.
if you quit, you're so fucked right now.
I spend an average of $20 a day at Starbucks because I get a muffin too.
Why do you drink shitty Starbucks though?
Starbucks are
Starbucks?
good.
Yeah, it's supposed
Chai
to be
tea
still
latte?
like good, or isn't like it's actually 7-Eleven or Dunkin' Donuts
They have
that
so
has
many
like the
calories.
best.
Though.
Like,
Starbucks has crazy calories in their drink.
I don't know. Up here we have like 1 million coffee places and no one goes to Starbucks.
ah.
Maybe it's different though.
Well, you're in where are you? You're in Brooklyn or something?
Yeah, Brooklyn, New York. But people here are snobby about coffee, so maybe that's why. I don't really drink coffee.
You don't go to Central Perk with your friends?
Nah. That is a real place though.
Yeah, I bet you.
Is that from Friends?
Yeah.
I hate that show. Oh, it was so horrible. I was living in a halfway house, so I never had anything to do. So I bought all the 10 seasons of Friends that were on sale, and I was confined to the halfway house for a month and a half, and I hated the show so much, but I had to just keep watching it and watching it because there was nothing else to do.
That is the saddest.
Hated
It was so horrible.
You hated it so much, but you bought all the way.
Well,
Did you not know you hated it?
I had just gotten informed that I was going to a halfway house the day before, so I rushed to the store and buy DVDs, and I bought all 10 seasons of Friends, and it's such a horrible show. It was torture.
What led you go into the halfway house?
I got put on probation, and I had to do whatever probation told me, and I kept fucking up my outpatients and my inpatients, so they referred me to a halfway house. And then I ended up violating probation and spending 4 months in jail.
What were you on probation for?
Criminal possession of stolen property.
Ooh, what'd you steal?
I used to go around when I was 18, so this was 12 years ago. I used to go around robbing the contents of people's cars. I had so much shit. I did it every night for fucking months.
Well,
And
hold
I
on.
would
Is
just-
this?
it's
Hold on. Hold on.
not
Hold
even
on. Hold on.
lucrative
Hold on.
crime.
Hold on. Is this stuff you want to?
It's so
I mean,
petty. It's just petty bullshit.
You
But
gotta hear that.
is this
I
stuff
had
you want? Is
1,500
the
CDs.
statute of limitations done or something? I don't know this shit. I just
No, I got caught when I was 18. I had been doing it for months. But
I'm saying talking about it now.
oh yeah, I can talk about it. It doesn't.
Okay,
I got found guilty. Well, I got charged with a felony bill and convicted of a misdemeanor.
Is there
and I used
like
to just
transcript?
grab the
If you don't want to
transcripts.
sell drugs.
So I had 1,500 CDs. I'm on every fucking night doing this shit. And then I had I would take people's cell phones, and it was I would call them up, call their house phones on their cell phones, and be like, "Haha, bitch! I stole your cell phone. What are you gonna do about it?"
See, this is we're among
She's an insane person.
we're among equals though. Right now, we're among equals. Here
But
in
Jen is
fact,
wrong to not give a goat water. No water.
How did they catch you, Godless?
Friends
What?
is
How did
Friends
they
is
catch you?
I can't
Friends
hear
is
you.
where
Tell
Ocean and
Donnie
I.
to hang
Yeah,
up.
because it's my fucking hang. Oh, go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
What, Justin?
Wait, what was Joe saying?
No, it's fine. Actually, it's cool.
How did they catch you, Godless?
Oh, my friend told on me. They didn't catch me. My friend told on me. Because they got caught. They were trying to do that shit on foot. And they got caught. So I was always the getaway car. It wasn't me doing it that much. I would sometimes get out of the car and grab shit. Oh, but then there was this other car that it was a liquor salesman. And I remember I stole his pager in the Ladder Road liquor store. I kept paging him. And we just had boxes and boxes and boxes of liquor. And my accomplice was the first time he came back with a box, he's like, "Come help me, yo! There's mad liquor." We were just fucking loading up our car until the trunk in the back seat was just filled with boxes and boxes of like this gourmet liquor.
Do you mind if we check and see if like our prison system or if our like what is it? If it actually worked? Do you feel like you've been what is it?
Rehabilitated?
Rehabilitated.
No, fuck no. That shit made me because when I got on probation, I was so addicted to marijuana that I started, but it stays in your system so long, they put me in mandatory rehab. So I started substituting with alcohol and eventually pills and then fucking heroin. So I started off in rehab a fucking pothead and came out a fucking IV heroin user. It was horrible.
I heard, like, from Loveline, it's like, being addicted to marijuana is rare, but when you are addicted to it, you're fucking addicted to it. I've heard that that's what kind of happens with it.
I didn't know you could be addicted to pot.
Yeah, it's like...
Well, it might have just been a psychological addiction, but I was fucking addicted.
I smoke every day, well, generally at night, but I smoke all the time, and I could put it down pretty much whenever.
Then do it.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's really rare,
Also,
but when
Justin's
it
telling
occurs...
himself he doesn't want to because he's in denial.
No, I smoked all last week.
Like, people are like functioning potheads all the time. Like, I have a friend who went to Yale and stuff, and she smoked it like helped people concentrate.
They actually made me drop out of college and quit my job so that I could get health insurance to go into the halfway house.
What did you study in college?
I have a liberal arts degree.
Oh, that means nothing. So that means construction work, like Mina.
Yeah. I never worked after I graduated either.
Godless, put the camera on.
Why is fucking Mina like construction work like me?
She didn't even do construction.
She has like an English degree.
I just want to see Godless on cam one time.
Why?
Can you go on cam, Godless?
Come on,
I'll come out from behind the camera one day.
No, come on, do it on mine so
I'll
everyone
do
will
it when
come to
Google
my
Hangouts
hangout.
isn't important to me anymore.
No, do it on my hangout so people will come here and be like, "Hey Joe, can we suck your dick or something?" Do it here. Holy shit!
I could see that happening.
No, I'm gonna go to an atheist conference and slap Rebecca Watson in the face and have myself record it, do it, and post it to my YouTube.
Okay, don't admit that. Why are you saying
I'm
that?
gonna do it while I'm streaming Men Are Awesome.
Yeah, but why are you saying that in my hangout? Why couldn't you just show yourself instead?
If you slap her, you have to slap her with a black dildo, like a big one.
How big?
Like a 36-inch double-sided.
Double-sided.
They have those.
You can
Oh yeah, I understand, but I'm thinking of like weapons.
I've seen those in the porn shop.
I've heard they have them. I don't know from experience or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I heard they have them in several. I mean, you can get a deal. There's actually one coming up, but I you know. Okay, so I have a double-sided dildo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It actually is self-defense thing.
Why am I looking at a pineapple?
Why are you looking at it? What? Oh, pineapple. Why are you looking at a pineapple?
I'm pretty high right now, Clark, on that pine.
Sometimes I fucking know that my laugh will make other people laugh. So.
I wish I had some weed right now. I would smoke some weed.
Yeah, I've been smoking out of this thing. Have you seen these before?
I thought you were smoking one of the e-vapors the whole time.
Well, this is a different set of weed.
You look high.
I'm ridiculously high, but you should get one of these.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know where to get any weed down here.
Oh,
You know, it's-
that's unfortunate.
Like a half an hour ago, I probably would actually look the same as you because my eyes were just dying.
You look
at the moment.
high, Joe.
I
a
talk
little.
like I act like it sounds like I'm high. That's
I was listening to myself on the hangout. I sound like I'm high on pills all the time or something.
Yeah, you sound crazy. That's true.
There's
sound
that,
what?
or you sound distant sometimes. So it's
Do I sound closer now?
I haven't smoked in like 10 years. I probably
I
have
just
a
put like my nose up right up to the screen.
very bad high.
go on cam, girl. Please
Hey, Godless girl.
go
Yeah.
on cam.
Do you remember that time in Nadia's where you did go on cam for a bit, but you were still
In
wearing
the niqab. In the fucking niqab.
Yeah, but then you remember you also showed photos of yourself, so we got to see what you look
Yeah,
like.
but those were pictures of me when I was skinny, though.
Okay, this is the last time we're asking, and then it kind of
I've
becomes
never
creepy.
seen these pictures. This is bullshit.
No, no, this is the. I'll send you a link to it, but this is the
Tom
last
has
time.
a timestamp to it, I think.
This is the last time. Godless girl, Tina, babe,
Tina.
go on cam, please.
No, it's Angela.
But she's called Tina
Angela.
by the people who care for
People
her.
really do call me Tina in real life. My baby
Okay.
daddy.
Okay, we can't fucking ask her anymore.
Fuck.
But I'll send you the link, Justin. But you don't. You look so,
Can I have the link?
you look so stereotypically. You're like,
I was sexy when I was skinny.
what'd you say about Shiva? You should see her when she's all dolled up. She's a slut.
Yes.
She sounds hot. Your friend sounds hot.
She's the one in the Starbucks video, Justin.
Oh, I like her then.
Yeah, but she's not even dialed up in the Starbucks video. You got to see the video of her dialed up fucking a car.
Yeah, I mean, she's fucking us.
How do you fuck a car?
You fucking hump the hood.
You need a penis to fuck, right? So it's impossible.
No.
I mean, you could rub her clit on it, but like.
No.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mean just like inserting something in her vagina.
Oh, I was thinking like the exhaust pipe was going in. For
I was gonna say that, yeah. But you need a penis.
Not if you have a really fat pussy.
Ooh, lumpy. Oh yeah, put the lumpy part in there.
Fat.
That's a muffler. That's quite a muffler.
That pussy. That was my freaking nickname when I was in.
I could show the
service.
pictures of me when I was skinny right out of the cab.
Yeah, do it.
Joe, what'd you say? Your nickname was fat?
That was my nickname when I was in the military.
Oh.
So when a girl fucks the exhaust pipe, she has somebody gun the engine so they can come. They can come.
Just
His
like so
accent makes
fucking.
it perfect.
You're just so crass.
Yeah.
So when the girl fucks the exhaust.
I bet when John was listening to Godless Girl, listing up how she went from pothead to a heroin addict, he was still thinking, oh, this is wifey material right here.
I should
Right,
check
John?
the side chat. Make sure like Incorporated isn't in there like abusing women or something. Motherfucker, Incorporated.
I sent the Godless photos. I don't know if Joe sent it yet.
Oh no, I haven't. But
Send the side chat.
I have to say, Mina's reaction is very adorable. It's really...
You know what? I've got to talk shit about Mina for a second, though. And I hate to do it because I like Mina. But the other night when she was saying, like, I would wreck that pussy and shit, it sounded so fake.
I would wreck that pussy?
She just can't say it correctly.
Devastated.
Yeah, she was saying, like, she would tear it up. And I was thinking to myself, like, it just doesn't sound right.
She would be like, yeah.
It's like when
I don't remember. I don't. Was I there?
No, I don't think so. It's like when I teach my nephew how to cuss. He'll say, like, fuck that shit. But, you know, it doesn't sound authentic.
It's like when I teach my nephew.
I do, though. I teach him.
Maybe she's not used to saying that. You know?
I think that's what it is, yeah. I don't doubt her claims, but the way she says it sounds weird. It's like on the 40-year-old virgin when he says, you know, it just feels like a bag of sand.
It's like a bag of sand.
Justin, you look so high, dude.
I'm incredibly high.
Oh shit, I'm fucking infinite regress of 5 minutes ago. No, it's not. Wait.
I've also
Did you-
been high to weed, actually.
Did you just fucking go, you look like you're high again?
Yeah.
Hilbert's
That was-
Hotel, bitch.
That was like 5 minutes ago.
Well, I'm just reiterating.
Oh, good. Don't tell me that. I thought I was going back on it. No one said anything. I get lost when I'm high. I don't know what's happening.
Well, welcome to fucking Vaggus.
I'm gonna smoke some more now.
Just like I don't do any drugs or anything. I'll go
No,
all
you
of a
do.
sudden
Yeah,
it's
you do,
like,
Joe.
all right,
If you say
everyone.
high on life, I'm gonna slap you.
I didn't do drugs for a
I'm
long
high
time.
on life. No.
Except that Joe totally does do drugs. They're just prescription drugs.
I
so
do
they're
do
illegal.
prescription drugs. That's true.
That's still drugs. Joe.
I didn't do
Like
legal
drugs.
drugs.
But they're prescribed to me. I think that.
It's legal drugs.
No. Same thing.
that
Yeah.
means something.
Fraser
People
drug.
have weed prescribed to them too, but it's still
Yeah, so good. Okay.
How many states is it legal in?
still doing drugs.
Weed? It's only legal. Who's fucking... That's the other thing. Who's fucking... Okay. Okay, Stony Mick too much pie. You're echoing.
Is it me?
Yeah.
Who, me? What? Where are we?
I'm barely keeping up with what's happening.
I forgot what I was bitching about.
Me too.
It was important, though.
You were saying how prescription drugs are somehow better.
I mean, I could see an argument for why they're not, but it's like, yeah, if you prescribe pot. Oh, I
I
swear.
started off on worse drugs than I did.
Oh, I know what I'm bitching about. Okay, like, would people cough into the mic? Just mute and then cough? Like,
Oh, sometimes you can't help it though. Sometimes you like it comes out like.
Sometimes I
Like
think my
it's
mic is muted and it's not.
well,
I'm
hold on.
on it right though.
Well, don't you purposely cough when you're sorry?
No.
Someone said you do that. I don't see.
Because it expands your capillaries in your blood and gets you higher, but you don't have to. Oh shit.
Hi, Mina. We were just talking about you.
You know, they were all talking shit on you, and I was all like, "No, guys."
I didn't say anything.
I did.
Mina, I said you were an attention whore. Now what?
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it. If anything.
Ah, she's still cute.
See, you should feel like a piece of
Don't do
shit
what
now.
she just did. David, you don't understand what she just did though. That's the worst form of guilt treatment. It's just being like, oh, it's fine.
Well, I don't
Oh, I
care
know
about
that.
it, though.
I don't think David would mean it in like a weird way or anything like that.
Aren't you curious, Mina?
No, I mean like.
Who gave you the link to the Hangout?
Amon did.
Oh
So,
shit.
how's everybody's morning?
All right, I think you have to be. I think you probably have to be high to be in here. I don't know about freaking.
I'm sober.
Oh.
Mina, why do you want to fuck me?
Because you're hot and I like your personality.
But you don't know, Mina. That's just my eyes. You don't know what I look like.
I don't care. I like your eyes enough, and
Mina,
I did
say
see what you
Vegas.
look like, sort
Say
of.
Vegas.
You want to
Say
fuck her
what?
mind? Say Vegas.
Vegas?
Douglas.
No, I would just say Vegas.
Why do you talk about sex so much? You like sex that much?
Yeah, I definitely like it.
I like sex too, but I don't want to talk about it all the time.
I like talking about it. Like, I work with mostly guys, so we talk about it all the time.
Are you dumb or sub?
Am I dumb or slow?
No, Dom.
Am I dumb or slow?
It didn't sound like she said dumb.
Yeah, no.
Mina,
Am I-
she likes to fuck mentally challenged girls.
Dub or sub?
Okay, sorry. I'm just okay. That's my bad for not even hearing it right. But
No, it's not.
I kissed a girl
Everyone
before.
else can't understand.
Wait, what'd you say, Godless?
I kissed a girl before. It wasn't for me.
Did you like it?
No, not really.
was
I
it
was
just like a
drunk.
girl that you kissed? Like that's your friend or something? Like you just kissed her for fun? Or?
I don't even remember the girl's name.
Okay, yeah. So
Yeah,
it
I
wasn't
kissed
like
her
a girl
because
that
I
you
was
kind of
drunk. I
wanted.
wanted to try it. I wanted to be able to say I did it, I guess, so I did it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
It's like a bucket list. Like
How
the
many
next
women
thing
have you been
is-
with, Mina?
Like I guess in a more serious way, like maybe like 3. Like if you mean how many women have I fucked, like it's about
Yeah.
3 or 4 around there.
How do you fuck a woman?
Well, you actually fuck them, you know.
Like with
Put on a
what?
strap
With
on.
a
With your
strap
finger?
on or with your own pussy.
What's the? You do scissoring?
It's not exactly fucking.
Not with someone else's pussy, with your own.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's fucking, but it is fucking. I mean,
What's that one thing where it's like you rub against them and it
Can you
also
Scissoring?
yeah, tribalism.
yeah,
What?
tribalism.
Without anything in
Tribalism,
the vagina?
tribalism.
Without anything in the vagina?
You can use a double-ended dildo, but I mean you can still come just like you can actually come really hard by doing that because
Just like clitoral stimulation.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it feels really good.
Show a dildo.
Yo, are you learning things?
I always feel unsatisfied after I have a clitoral orgasm.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
that's a rarity.
Yeah, that is rare. So you have like internal orgasms only, like G-spot orgasms?
Well, I don't do that very. I mean, it's probably been over a year since I even had that. Just clitoris only stimulation orgasm.
Okay, I gotcha. Yeah.
Because I don't really like it.
What is your criteria for establishing whether or not you've had an orgasm?
What?
You haven't.
You can tell when you had an orgasm.
What are you
You
talking?
haven't given us a way you can justify your orgasm.
Oh,
I need to hear the argument.
You can feel your pussy get tight and your toes curl. And then
Yeah, but you're only appealing to personal experience. You
Joe,
need to
I was
give.
fucking with you.
Fuck it. Okay, sorry.
I wanted to see where that was gonna go.
I just realized I stopped the sexy girl-on-girl talk, so I don't want to know where that's going to go. So, Mina, what would you do first with Godless Girl?
Well, Godless has to be like, I think like seduced like on some level. Like I can't have Godless right away. Like it has to happen over time, you know? Like I can tell
I don't
that
know.
she's
If I
not
think if
into
I was like a woman, it would be like for the same standard as I was sucking a cock. I would just do it. Like it doesn't matter who.
You just suck random cocks?
Yeah. But I've never had sex with a random cock.
Just the fucking way she
You'll
says,
just
yeah.
You'll just suck any dick.
Yeah.
Not any dick, but I mean I've sucked at like 20 cocks, but only fucked 6.
At the same time?
In a row.
No, I was making fun of that time Godless Girl had misunderstood CK. He said something like, if everybody came on you, and she said everybody, like everyone in the world.
So Godless Girl, are you saying, I'm asking seriously now, even though I know it's probably going to be funny, but would you ever do the glory hole thing, like in a sex club, you would blow like an anonymous
Oh,
guy?
no, I'm not that slutty. Like, I gotta, like, talk to the guy all night or something.
But like on the first, like when you just met him, like say after a few hours, then you would blow him?
The glory hole?
No, not the
Would
glory
you have
hole, like
to
you said,
see
you
them?
need to talk to him, but
Yeah,
like say,
I sucked a dick with guys I don't even, like, know.
like you just met him that night.
Yeah.
Talk to a guy all night to get a blowjob?
I don't have a problem with that.
When Joe is asking this, you can hear the hope in the question. And the
The glory hole? No, that stuff. No, glory hole. Your dick has to be bitten off.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
actually
never
pretty
trust it.
promiscuous when it comes to sucking cock.
Go on.
But I've never had sex. An uncommitted cock has never gone in my pussy.
Uncommitted cock. That cock needs to have a job and needs to have a 5-year plan.
My ex quit his job when I was pregnant. It hasn't worked since.
That's not how.
Lives
That's
off my
usually
family.
you get the job in order to. You don't quit the job.
My family, he's on welfare, and my family just completely financially supports him.
So you go to the job, you say, will you please hire me for a day? I want to fuck this girl. She won't take me if I don't have a job.
There's something about Palm talking this way that's kind of. It's like, oh, still. He's holding his hamsters when he's saying.
Well, Godless, I want to clarify something though. You said for a second I have to talk to a guy all night before I'll suck his dick, right?
Yeah.
Then you said you're pretty promiscuous. Those
Yeah,
two.
that is promiscuous to me. Like just meeting a guy and fucking putting his cock in your mouth that night. That's promiscuous.
But how much do you have to talk before that happens? Is what I'm saying. All night seems like a big commitment.
Well, it's not necessarily the length of talking, but if I'm feeling it or not.
All right. Based on what do you feel like sucking someone's cock though?
If I think I'm gonna get an orgasm out of it.
You come from sucking dick?
No, I'm getting fingered.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
And you think you can judge someone's fingering?
If I'm attracted to somebody. What?
You think you? But what if they suck at it though? Like how
That's
do you
happened.
gauge that? Is what I'm saying.
What?
How do you gauge how good they are at that by talking to them?
Oh, no,
What's your
it's not how good they
criteria?
are physically. It's if I'm physically attracted to them or not.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah.
If it takes talking then to them to see if I am.
For women, emotional commitment is important. And what the guy should do is put 2 fingers in there and make the "come here, kitty" movement. Come here.
Come here, kitty. Come over here. Like there's like 3 cats in
Not
front
like
of
Scorpion.
me.
Get over here. Not like
Get
that.
up. Okay.
It's really not about how a guy physically looks either. It's after talking to him.
So Godless Girl would
I've been attracted to really ugly guys and I've been really attracted to really hot guys.
So
Go
Godless
on.
Girl, for those times like you give the blowjob, would you need to go to his place or your place, or would you just do it in the car, outside, or the bathroom? Or
Look, Godless Girl,
Like, if I go to a bar, it's in the car.
Do I have to take you out to dinner?
If you want to put your cock in my pussy, you gotta be with me a long time.
Yeah, but I'm fine with just sweet beaches though. I don't think
You're on the internet, Joe. I can't suck your dick through the computer.
If only.
One day.
Put it in the USB
That's
port.
when we've made it as
I mean, a lot of people go to SeaWorld. It's always a possibility, Joe.
Wait, what?
It could happen in a way like
He's in
3D printing.
No, I don't get that at all. Could you explain that? I feel really stupid for not.
SeaWorld is in Florida.
It's in where?
Florida.
SeaWorld is also in
I
California.
haven't been to SeaWorld yet.
Oh shit, that's right.
Is it true that there are just randomly crocodiles or alligators? Are in
That suck your dick? Or
No.
oh, what?
in Florida that are just out there randomly?
I mean,
Well,
you have a pretty tame view on these things, and that's a pretty like somewhat conservative like game. You have to be like emotionally and physically attracted to someone before sucking their dick. That's just most women. That's not really promiscuous.
Oh. Well, I consider it like if a girl was to suck dick like or to fuck dick like I suck dick, I would consider her a whore.
So you're saying it's the way you suck their dick that makes it more.
No, well, aside from me thinking that, I suck dick like a whore, but that's irrelevant.
Suck
yeah, Godless Girl, did you
or fuck dick.
Muslim friend?
Godless Girl, did you didn't want them to wear a condom because you weren't concerned about disease at all?
I'm concerned about disease, but I still suck dick without condom.
Yeah.
And what about? Do you mind if I ask about the spit or swallow?
Fuck, John.
I guess I already asked by saying that, but like.
Yeah, I'm done with the conversation.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry,
snap.
I didn't mean to
Yeah,
get
yeah, no,
offensive.
John. Okay, we're over. It's totally cool, John.
I didn't mean to get offensive.
John, this is a safe. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just being a dick, John.
That's weird for Godless though. Godless usually doesn't give a shit.
Mina will answer those questions.
Oh, I see.
I defer to Mina. She's like your publicist or something, like your PR.
But Godless, do you care about those kind of questions?
I just won't answer a question I don't want to answer.
I mean, if you don't want this to continue, it's not going to continue. But if
maybe
Go
ask
ahead.
it in abstract. Maybe ask it in abstract.
I like the way John asked though. John comes at it like he's been convicted before of a crime. He's like, I just want to state outright that I'm not asking you.
John's been sitting here observing the whole time and for hours, and then all of a sudden comes to voice to ask me sex questions. Fuck that.
John comes alive like at this time of night though. But if yeah, let's talk about fucking this dickhead Darwin's deity. Am I right? Fuck that guy, right, guys? Right? No? Okay.
Hey, Godless Girl, I'm really sorry if I offended you. I really didn't mean to do
No,
that.
I'm not offended. I'm just not going to answer your question.
That's even
that's fine. I mean, I understand that, but I really like it's like sometimes it's not
And it's
clear.
not up for discussion anymore, though.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just explaining.
The fact that you asked it isn't up for discussion anymore either.
You guys, yeah, let's move on. Okay. Amon, which argument, actually, I'm actually interested in this question. Which argument do you feel like you want to run now that you've been talking to Jack about like getting more serious with these arguments? Like, which arguments do they use that you think you feel comfortable running against people?
XY.
There's one. Well, I have to think about it for a second.
fucking tossing the ball. No one.
There's one where you ask Darwin's if he can come up with any. Well, this is the first one I learned. Where you can you ask Darwin's if he can come up with an example that would falsify the Christian God.
Mm-hmm.
And then who the fuck is talking?
Is someone like? Did someone go back in time and decide they wanted to buy like a Persian rug from? What's the noise in the background?
Who's? Oh, it's got to be Dutch David.
Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, where's Double Dutch over here?
Okay, fuck. Now I'm like fucking.
No, he's muted. Oh, okay, never mind.
There's somebody at the door, so I have to deal with
Okay,
that.
we'll mute now.
Don't worry. Godspeed.
I'm trying to remember whether or not Darwin's wants to say that God is falsifiable or not.
Well, that was the one thing when he was talking with Graham.
Yeah, I know.
You won't really
I was in
answer
there.
the fucking question.
Well,
I'd
that
asked
was
him.
yeah.
That's
yeah,
when I
that was-
asked. That's the first time I asked him the question, Joe. In that
Yeah.
hangout.
Oh, okay. Because like, yeah, he started out. That's what I mean. That's what Jack was like. Wait a minute. He wanted to say that he isn't falsifiable, but now he's saying that God is falsifiable. He tried to use I think it's Duum Quine. I forget the full name of it. He tried to use that to show that you don't have to have. Yeah, to show that you don't have to have falsifiability in whatever you're asserting, but now he's saying you can be falsifiable. Like that was the first time I've ever heard Jack actually become like show a lot of emotion.
Joan Quine thesis says that for any scientific hypothesis, we have a lot of auxiliary hypotheses that come along with it. And so when something's falsified, which part of the hypothesis do you falsify? So the way to show it is the idea that science can't make predictions either. When he's asked to give a prediction that would falsify God, he tries to show...
Can you give an example?
Sure. So like if I say that black holes... or gravity leads to the idea that we would see gravitational lenses, right? Which is when light bends around gravitational fields. If I say that I could falsify that by showing that light doesn't...
Wait, give a simpler example.
Yeah, really, dude. What the fuck?
Is that complicated?
And I was following, but it was too much. I'm hiring.
I don't think it was too
I
much.
have to tell that I already know what it means.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Just give it there. You're not going to be able to convince him. It's
All right.
You can't think of a simpler example, Justin?
I prefer the water on the stove.
Yeah.
Boiling water on the stove.
All right, sure. Water boils.
Tell us a story about water boiling on
Joe,
us.
let me get it out.
All right, water boils above whatever, like I forget what it is, 180.
100 Celsius.
Yeah. So okay, so if it
Give us
doesn't,
a simpler one. No, go ahead. Sorry.
if it doesn't boil, we could falsify the heating temperature of water. But you could also falsify the mathematics that led to that. You could falsify our theory of like thermodynamics and how energy dissipates over surfaces. You could falsify any part of that theory or anything that theory depends on, right? And it's Darwin's is making the critique that it's arbitrary what you falsify. Do you falsify the mathematics that led to the theory and keep the idea, or what? Which part of the theory do you point to falsify?
Black Ranger reporting.
Do you see the problem, Godless?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he only brings that up when he's
I'm Godless.
falsifies God.
Okay.
Godless, what's happening with the chat?
He can't say that God is unfalsifiable.
My first lesson is to...
Because if you can't falsify, if you can't have evidence to falsify God, you can't have evidence to prove the God. So if he admits that he is unfalsifiable, then he's basically he has no evidence to believe that the God exists. So he's believing fairy tales. Now go.
Yeah. I like what Eamon just did there, though, because people do have a problem talking over people in this room.
In this room, like this is just an established room.
No, just in general on G+. There's several people who do it all the fucking time.
What sucks is usually it's people who have the shittiest mics too. And
Sometimes
maybe it's also because they also have shitty audio. I imagine those are coupled.
sometimes it's just scumbag entitlement.
Uh,
But yeah.
yeah, you know what, to be fair, yeah, I'm on my bad, because that was like the whole question was, well, by CK? The whole question was directed to you, so sorry for...
It's okay.
No, it wasn't you, Joe.
Yeah, it was
this
Godless.
was... Oh, okay.
He's a shit godless.
CK, I have to drive to Miami to do it, but I'm moving towards Miami, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. And
Oh,
is he? What? No, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's his background? Is he like?
It's a female. You want the link?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on a second.
Okay, the dude is gone. Was there a question for me? Hello, CK, by the way.
Hi, David.
Was there a question, Joe?
CK, like, it's just some random bitch chosen off Craigslist, so it might be bullshit. But hang on a second. I'm gonna find out when I meet her.
No, I just asked Amon, since he's kind of become more involved in like, running or floating arguments, and he's become more involved.
For Jack. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that Jack is. The arguments that Jack and the Power Rangers use are arguments used against theism, and that's what's so frustrating. The tautology argument, the fact that Darwin's deity can get away with saying, "Oh, I don't answer that question." It's a legit argument against.
Yeah. But I heard.
Hang on a second. Can I ask DK a question, guys? Hang on.
Why don't you text him if it's?
Oh, okay.
Can you? Thank you.
You're too controlling in your hangout, Joe. But okay.
My bad. Okay. Oh, fuck. Now I forgot what we were talking about. What were you saying, David, about the tautology, right?
What? I didn't say anything. I heard my name in the hangout while I was in the other room. So.
Well, I was saying that when you talk about talking about tautologies with respect to theistic claims is an important subject. It's something that people use against theism. And for Darwin's deity to also say, well, I don't address those arguments because the sock puppets say it. It's like if someone comes in and
I would say
it
says
with
meaning or something being informative or not.
You're asking, what are you asking?
Oh, the relevance of a tautology, I guess, in the God debates.
Well, I mean, if you can reduce, God is good. If you can, if it does just come down to
tautology is vacuous, or
well, no, tautology do have truth values. But here's an argument that I really like that has to do with tautologies, and it has to do with it's called the semantic attack against divine command metaethics.
So
and
what
the
was
whole
the question
thing
for me, Joe? I'm not trying to rush you or anything, but I'm doing some other stuff. So did you have a question for me or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I'm not trying to be rude. It sounds that I'm being a jerk. I'm not. I just wondered. So that's all.
I got.
Silly bitches.
Well, David, what do you mean when you say tautologies have? Are you saying they're informative?
I say there's information. Yeah.
What's the information?
So, okay, name a tautology.
A equals A.
All right.
This square is a shape.
What a square is?
Hang on, my alarm's going off.
Yeah, well,
tautologies do have truth values to them, but they don't have empirical meaning.
So with the square, there's an analytic a priori concept of what it means to be a square. It has information. So if you were a baby or a toddler, and you did know what a square was, and after you have been schooled on or informed on the definition of a square, then there's new information there. In that sense, there is information there. Vacuous doesn't mean there is no information whatsoever.
Well, I mean that's not the claim that I would float, but it doesn't sound like you really want to go down the argument that I wanted to suggest.
The only floating I do is when I call the flop. Never mind. That didn't go over well. Never mind.
Well, that was a joke directed at one other person in the room.
Yeah.
My bad, Justin. Did I like mute you right when you wanted to talk and you took care of the phone? My bad, man.
But it's okay. So, but David, when someone says that God is the good, right? Do you think they're saying something meaningful?
Well, then you have to ask, what does good mean?
Right, I'm saying once you analyze it down to the fact that they're saying God is the good and good is the God, do you think that's meaningful? Because that's a tautology.
Well, yeah, if you explain what good means, then there is information there, yeah.
When you say there's information there, though, right? They say God is the good.
Yeah, and then we're going to analyze God's attributes or properties, and then there you have the information. So just like I think it is a normative principle. So when you have this potion, sleep-inducing potion, when you say, okay, so what puts the patient to sleep? Well, then it's we adore Tiwa or whatever, like the ingredient that puts the patient to sleep. Even there's still information. You know.
That's not what normative virtues say. They say, like, when you ask them why normative puts someone to sleep, they say because it puts them to sleep.
I thought it meant it is the sleep-inducing ingredient in the potion that puts it to sleep.
But then you ask them why, and they say because it puts them to sleep.
Okay, well,
the idea is that
is a tautology, but it doesn't mean it's vacuous, as in it's void of information. So I would disagree there.
Okay, what did you get from the fact that you asked me why it puts them to sleep, and I say because it's the ingredient that puts them to sleep? What information did you gain there?
At that point, there was no new information. I agree.
Well, so at the point of God is the good and good is the God. I mean, good is
David,
God.
it's not analogous.
That's fine.
I'm just joking.
I just don't see what you're arguing for, David.
I'm not arguing anything. I'm just trying to play poker. You guys are asking me questions. I'm playing ball because.
Well, let me rephrase it. What you're saying doesn't make sense.
I'm going along to for you guys, for your sake. I don't really give a fuck.
I see.
So I'm sorry. Your question was your follow-up question.
Why do you think tautologies are meaningful?
I think I gave an answer to that.
You didn't do a very good job, though.
In your opinion.
Hey, Justin, your mic's a little bit shitty.
Is it? Let me reload.
Yeah, I think that's just a thing. If you're in my hang, I'm gonna be so probably fucking annoying about that if I ever continue these, because it bugs me a lot.
Where did he go?
What's up?
Where did he go? Oh, there he is.
He's back.
You always arrive at a non-reducible point when it comes to these things. The same with basic beliefs. At some point, you just cannot answer the why question anymore. It's just a brute fact. It is what it is, and that's a tautology itself.
But that's not the problem with these kind of tautologies. Like the analytic identity thing isn't a problem because they've arrived at a brute fact. If they want to posit that it's a brute fact, that's fine, right? The idea is that when we ask them about the good and about God, they think they're saying something meaningful and showing a correlation, right? So it's a disconnect between what they're trying to do and what they're doing. That's when you point out a tautology as being a problem.
I don't see it.
Just like in the sleep example, right? They're trying to make a point. They think they're making an assertion that's meaningful by saying it's the ingredient that induces sleep because it induces sleep. And then you point out the fact that what they're saying doesn't actually carry any, it's not informative. It's just about something not being
an explanation of the state of affairs with the normative principle. that there is an explanation of the state of affairs. I mean,
There's
what's
no
going on.
explanation there.
The guy is going to sleep. Why? Because I gave him this potion, and there's an ingredient
But
that's sleep-inducing.
the idea, David, is that just because you say he's going to sleep because of the sleep-causing ingredient, if you can't explain why, in what sense is the sleep-causing ingredient supposedly responsible?
Well,
Like, that
you can give an explanation on a scientific level. This is what the potion does to the brain, and that's why he gets drowsy or falls asleep.
right, but if they can't explain why dormus, or the dormative chemical is causing them to go to sleep, then in what sense can they say it's that chemical? There's no basis on which they can say that.
You mean after they pointed out what the chemical does to the brain and why the patient gets sleepy?
But that would be a different type of explanation that's non-tautological. If you point to the mechanisms why it's putting them to sleep, instead of saying the sleep-causing ingredient, you're giving a different type of explanation.
Okay.
Yeah, so the idea isn't that the whole idea is that you can object to them saying that it's the dormative, dormus, I forget what it's called. Right, you can object that it's the ingredient because they haven't provided why it's the ingredient. They're just asserting that it is.
Yeah, at some point you come, there's no more answer to the why question. It just is what it is. And that you can only give the...
It's just what it is the tautology.
I know, that's right. Just like I am who I am that I am, like in the Old Testament, there's a tautology.
Yeah, we'll need to find a more clear example for you to see what I'm saying. But it's not about the fact that they're arguing brute facts. It's that they're proffering it as if it were explanatory when it's not.
Hey, Justin. I'm interested in maybe a future hangout, also known as a productive hangout, not like this one. Would be maybe it would be cool if you ran the Fodor argument against natural selection.
Yeah.
It would be cool if you did that. I don't feel like dealing with it now because Reyes just he just directed me to a video where what's his name, Elliot Sober, talks about it, and I like Elliot Sober. You lied to me and said that only Rosenberg gives a good argument against it, but just the fact that Sober talks about it.
I didn't actually know that, but I don't think Rosenberg's argument's very good, actually.
I don't think Rosenberg is very good, anyways. Yeah, I mean, who was it? I was telling Hal, because I know Hal's familiar with it. I was telling him, like, I think that in a way that's kind of why I like the argument. It pisses people off. There's something about that kind of argument. It pisses you off, but you can't find anything that's incorrect about it. I think that's kind of why I like the likeliness argument that I use, because both sides are kind of annoyed with it. Not Amon was annoyed with it last night, and I think a guy named he comes in here every once in a while. He has the infinity thing, Reese, I think. He didn't like my likeliness argument either. And he's an atheist, but I think that's what I like about the argument is people are just like, this fucking argument. It sounds like bullshit. I don't like it, but I don't have anything to say against it. There's something about pissing off people that's so fun sometimes. And so, yeah, like it does make me want to just go, who cares? It works. But
yeah, if we're gonna do that, then we should have like Shamos or people like that in here. Anyone who's willing to talk about it would be good. I mean, it's just going to stir a bunch of shit up, you know that though, right?
Really, you think so?
Yeah. Here's what people say. Here's the most common objection to Fodor's argument. Well, science just works, and then, what are you putting forward by arguing this? We're just going to continue to do science despite this argument. No one's ever like, oh yeah, I see your point. Natural selection isn't actually explanatory in this, in light of this or whatever. That almost never happens.
It sounds like Cliff tried to do something, but I wasn't. I feel like I wasn't just paying attention to it, and I really wish I did. But Cliff is a lot more thoughtful when it comes to this kind of stuff.
I think I've talked to Cliff about this actually.
Yeah. You were, like I said, this is why I'm interested in hearing you run it, because you were, like, I think I've already said this to you. You made it. You presented it in a way where it makes much more sense than even I heard Fodor present it when he debated Massimo Pigliucci. Pigliucci is a different guy than the person who Fodor actually worked with.
Yeah, but that's because I've dumbed it down so that I can understand it.
Yeah, well, that helps me as someone who needs it dumbed down to understand it. Although I think I could have followed the frickin' black holes thing, but never mind.
Yeah, that's a cool argument, though. I'm going to watch Elliot Sober's response because I haven't seen this yet.
Have you seen? I'll find. I mean,
I've got it already.
Yeah, what I love about Elliot Sober also is he has everything like freely available on his academic thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's I don't know if I expressed this. I probably already expressed it in another hangout, but like the other thing that I liked about immediately, I mean, when I thought, oh, these power talkers are annoying because they're kind of talking as if everyone else isn't here. Like there's all these inside discussions, and it's like, can we talk about something? But then like I'm like, whoa, these people know who Elliot Sober is. These people know who Wes Morrison is. I don't have to argue about fucking like side 10 presuppositional shit or biblical literalism.
All right.
There's like you guys. There's a difference between people who will just wait until the popular books come out on something, and then there are people who will read the articles, which are a lot more recent and a lot more like focused.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I spent
say-
so much time in since I spent like just trying not to become an adult and staying in academia, I got more. If it was in an article, I felt it would have more power.
Yeah.
David, you wanted to say something? I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I want to say I have to go to the gym. Well, I don't have to. I'm going to go to the gym soon. So
Just turn on the cam, man.
I was going to say that the Skype group, these guys are very well informed. Even the guys like Justin and CK, who argue these things from a lay level, they know what they're talking about. So even if you listen to their Skype conversations, these audio clips, it's very helpful and informative. So before I go, I wanted to ask Justin. What the problem would be if you make an analytic description of the concept of God. Like, I don't see how that is vacuous. And I don't know if it was Morrison or Kuhn. I think it was Jeremy Kuhn who talked about explanations why and explanations what when it comes to the Euthyphro dilemma and the goodness of God. But I just don't see how at some point there's a metaphysical stopping point, and when it comes to description, there's also a limit where you cannot give any more answers to why or what. So what is my problem? My answer is, my question is, what is the problem with a description, a priori, the descriptive notion of God? How is it vacuous?
I mean, it's not saying bachelors are unmarried men, right? Isn't vacuous. But if you're talking about the good and God as if they're distinct things, and then you end up collapsing them into one thing, that's where you get into a problem, right? That only happens sometimes. Like if EF were just to say God is the good, that would be fine on its own. But if he tries to argue something like, we find out that the good, or whatever, and correlates to God or some shit like that, where he tries to argue why things are right, it just depends on how you argue it. I can't think of a good example right now, though.
Okay.
But yeah, just saying the analytic identity isn't a problem.
It's more in terms of explanatory power or it being informative in that sense.
Right. If you're saying something that's supposed to show something informative about the concepts is treated differently, good opposed to God, but then you use an analytic identity, you're just being tautological, right? So it's if you treat the concepts as separate, and then you have an analytic identity, that's the problem.
Yeah, but if you can give for example, I think I have a different view than Darwin, but if you can give a description of what that means and the distinction between goodness or benevolence and good as in a non-reducible concept, a foundational concept, if you make that distinction and list the properties of God, just like you would list the properties of a triangle, for example, then I don't think it's vacuous. I still think it's informative. So I don't see the problem there still, but
I think it depends on the example.
okay. Well, I'm going to hit the gym. Talk to you guys later.
Hey, take care, man. Hey, wait. Well, actually, David.
Yeah.
Again, like seriously, what I said after Darwin, it's all sincere. Like if you feel, hey man, I'm being ganged up by the
Dude,
by
I'm
the
in the
whole
Skype
thing.
group. If I couldn't deal with it, I would be bullied out of there in a second.
Yeah,
I don't
David's
care.
good about it. He's good
Well,
about doing bullshit.
But don't ever feel like it's like you're wussing out or something.
Oh,
Especially
no.
if it's in my room, like I should be able. I think that that's something I should like
Oh, that's fine.
be
But
able
thanks
to.
for the yeah.
Okay, so yeah, go to the gym. Sorry about that, man. Good
No,
night.
it's fine. Thanks for the offer. So let's go.
Take care, man.
Like, I guess one example would be when someone says God's acts are good, right? They make the assertion what God does is good.
Mm-hmm.
But then if they make the analytic claim that God just is the good, then what they're saying is God's acts are God. That's when you're treating the two concepts as distinct. You're saying that you're almost talking as if the good is something separate to God, right? By saying that God's acts are good. But if there's an analytic identity, then you're saying something meaningless. You're saying God's acts are God.
Yeah, I mean,
you treat something as synthetic, but your definition, your identity statement is analytic. That's the most formal way to put it.
yeah, I mean, what is it? I think there's a really good philosophical disquisition, like a 20-minute podcast explaining what's called the semantic attack on divine command metaethics, where it talks about this tautology, and it makes an interesting point. If it's like if you have people argue that there is a difference between a tautology and semantic meaning of the statement God is good.
Yeah, you can analyze the tautology and make it non-tautological.
Yeah, but this is the thing that, like, if you think that God exists in every possible world, then you're asserting that there is a possible world where God exists, where the semantic meaning can be conflated with the tautology. And if that's a case, it means you can't use God to ground your morality. What's up, Kat? What attention do you need? In that world, it's not necessarily saying that God doesn't exist, but it's saying that there is a world where God is not the basis for your morality. And if
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. If it's logically possible that the good is distinct from God, then you have to be more clear about your semantics.
Yeah, but and I mean, if we're doing all possible world stuff, you have to, and you think that God exists in all possible worlds, and you're saying He exists in a possible world where morality isn't dependent on God, essentially. And if that's the case, what does that say about the claim that? What does that say about divine command metaethics? If there is a possible world where it doesn't hold.
That's actually pretty clever.
When you read the title of it, immediately you think semantic attack. What? And yeah, I really like it.
Well, that's
And
not really an attack, is it? Though that's more of a defense, right?
well, no, it's an attack on divine command meta. Well, this is the thing about it. It ultimately says that you're led to moral nihilism. But the whole point of the article is to say, look, people have correctly shown that divine command metaethics is tautological, and that's bad for divine command metaethicists.
Right.
But you can extend it further. You can attack the issue further by using the semantic issue. Especially if you're using it against a god who is posited as one who exists in all possible worlds. Like I think it might be. Let me look up what kind of god it is.
I thought you were saying that it resolves it's not a tautology because in some possible worlds the good isn't God. Therefore, you're not. It's not a synthetic or it's not an analytic identity claim. But I don't know what theist would accept that.
Yeah, it's. I need to make sure I'm getting my terms right. I'm saying it correctly, but I'm kind of glad that the idea is getting across. The idea that look, there is a possible world where this supposed out that theists use or divine command metaethicists use doesn't matter, and because of that, there's a possible world where you could say that morality isn't dependent on God, and that's where the issue falls apart. What's up?
EF is a divine command theorist, right?
Oh, EF is just everything, but he won't let you. He doesn't see. It's not fun with him. That's the thing. It's not fun with him.
It is if you abuse him.
What?
It is if you abuse him.
See, but like I just can't. It's a bummer. I can't really do it, and when I think I'm doing it, people are like, "Dude, you need to calm down. You sound very," and it's like I don't know what this. Yeah.
Sometimes we tell Jack that too, though.
What's up? I'm sorry?
Sometimes we tell Jack that he's being a lunatic, though.
What is it about, like, the EF intervention? Like, someone was... Helena was like, look, at one point it was like 9 people versus you in a room, and you didn't back down. It's like there was no concession whatsoever.
Yeah, she said he was sexy.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. That's probably the best compliment, Jack, you could ever like give to Jack.
Oh, I'm sure Jack was pleased.
Yeah, but it was just. I still love what Philip pointed out. It's like you're being an asshole. Well, what's the argument for why I'm an asshole? You haven't given us a criteria for how you can justify calling me an asshole. Until you can give us a criteria, your calling me an asshole is meaningless. It's like you could kind of just bastardize the point you guys are making in the way that I've been doing it for everything now. Like I think of saying that to everything. Like I think I mentioned it to. Yeah, I think I said it to my mom the other day. She was like, "Can you go and do something?" And I'm like, "Well, what's your criteria for establishing I need to go and do?" Yeah. Okay, I'm rambling. What's up? Oh, freaking Palm's playing GTA. All reminisce about all the shit that I can recognize in GTA.
I've actually got that lying about somewhere. I should install it again and play through it, because that was a really fun game.
Is this the newest one, right?
Yeah, it's GTA 5.
Oh, where is
this? Yeah, it is.
Joe, if I'm quiet for like 15 minutes, you can boot me.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for reminding me that. Okay, I'm not gonna watch all of this, but maybe even though this like became fucking awkward city for a bit, it's probably good that I had just a lawless hangout like this because I know what to what to make sure doesn't happen. I think you. Well, now you're on freaking PC8. Oh God. Oh no.
Oh,
This
come
is
on, we're
actually.
shooting the shit every now and then.
This is actually reminding me of the drive to LA. It's such a bitch. Such a bitch.
I always feel like I'm missing something when I go to sleep, so I stay up as long as possible.
You
And
are.
then I
Yeah.
just crash.
You're gonna miss everything because this is when people wake up.
Yeah, that's the other thing. This is when there's certain interesting people actually come up at start hanging out around this time too.
I'm usually never here past this time.
I think Lydia's up around this time. She's interesting. I like her.
I
Unspeakable.
don't even know who that is.
Her name it's Unspeakable Lally something. I think also at this time Dex kind of. No, Dex is another hour or two. Maybe. This is always even when I wasn't going on Google Hangouts, this is the time when it's like no one is around. Or like I had no one to bother with. No one
Justin,
to bother
when
with
do you,
my friends.
if you have to go to work, when do you sleep?
Today's Saturday, Godless.
Oh,
Oh, Jesus.
when do you have your alarm set for?
I like to be up on Saturdays.
Oh,
I don't waste my day.
so you didn't go to sleep yet?
No. I slept for like 2 hours.
Oh.
I don't sleep a lot though.
I don't either. But that's because I'm drinking coffee all the time. I go to sleep high on coffee because I crash.
Jack thinks I'm insane because I only sleep like 2 hours a night.
Oh, I sleep like 4 or 5. What about you, Joe? What time is it where you are?
Is that Joe?
Hear me. It's 4:47 here.
Oh, you going to sleep soon?
No. I'm powering through again.
I'm still waiting for Palm to just crash horribly.
He will. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to. One of the things I foresee with Matt is me never just getting out a full idea. So I'm kind of writing up an outline, and I'm just gonna broadcast it when I talk to him.
Who has a screaming child in the background? Or a cat or something? Screaming cat.
I know.
Are you killing a cat?
I hear like
Al?
a cat howling or something.
No,
Nobody
it's
else hears
just
that?
an Ibis being a dick to me.
Bill's cat.
Fuck off, Ibis. Okay.
Underwater squad. Where'd Mina go?
I'm still
No
here.
idea.
Are you talking with CK? I feel like I might have made him.
No, I think he has to go to work.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think what's his name? Jack is up. You can always get him in here. Justin, in the side chat, I posted a PDF to the Divine Command Metaethic article.
Is this by Thomas Maitzen?
Yeah, it's by Stephen Maitzen.
Oh, Stephen. Okay.
Stephen Maitzen. I mean, my favorite article is his Demographics of Theism article. Well, one of my favorite. I think the Possible Girls article is really funny, but his Demographics of Theism article is really good. Like it lays out very in a very approachable manner divine argument from divine hiddenness. It explains it with respect to theism and with respect to Christian theism specifically. and then it gives an evil god challenge, like a defense against all the different theodicies that are used against the argument from divine hiddenness. And that's the demographics of theism. It's like, I think that article, it's one of my favorite articles, but it's also completely underrated. It really is just like an evil god challenge. Only divine hiddenness just isn't as popular as the problem of evil.
I see.
Yeah.
Little girl's falling asleep.
No, he's still here.
Should I end it? Everyone's just gonna be like zoning the fuck out.
Leave it open.
Is Nadia's open?
You know what? If she's open, I don't want to take her. I mean, you guys would probably make her.
I don't think hers is open yet, but maybe it is now. Last I checked.
Will somebody check?
I just checked.
No, I checked like 10 minutes ago and it wasn't. So.
I just checked.
No,
I'm checking now. It's not.
Yeah, I'll leave it. How long has this been?
Like if the hangout ended right now, then I have to have something to fall asleep to. I can't just fall asleep. Then I would have to get up.
Nothing's up yet.
There's people in the off-air hang for Nadia though, isn't there?
Parked there.
Okay, yeah.
Well, when I checked when I left that hangout and came here, it was just me and Nadia.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought Desert was there earlier.
Usually it's always Philip, actually.
He falls asleep.
Yeah. I feel kind of bad. I feel kind of bad because I feel like I've been too much of a dick to Art.
I don't understand how you and Shamos got nasty with each other because you're both so polite.
I don't want to really talk about it.
Shamos
It's not so much him and I. It was
How the fuck is
me.
Shamos polite?
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about, Godless? Are we talking about the same Shamos?
He has a weird view on a lot of people.
Hey, you know what? I'm actually fine with crapping on. There's something
How is
about
she
crapping
too?
on Shamos that I don't think. I mean, why don't you do what I'm doing and just crap on him in the side chat like a coward or something instead? There's something that Shamos is a lot more involved and I think a more serious person in this community. So to talk about him when he's not here is different than. Okay. I mean, I can't stop you from saying anything, I guess. But I'm just saying I don't approve.
Okay.
I felt I made a concession, too, by saying he's not a piece of shit, he's a piece of crap. But what are you going to do? No, the other day I was kind of uncalled for, what I said. I felt it was kind of lame on his part to, just make a video of it. It seems like it was just to humiliate someone. Like any kind of righteousness he tried
Shamos
to.
did? You're talking about Shamos?
Yeah, because I called him
Why do I disagree with people's opinions of other people so much on here?
It's usually only about men, too.
Well, there's
I don't disagree with
men
people's
here,
opinions about
though.
women.
Not so far.
But it's the majority of the people in this community are men, so it's not crazy that that's the case.
I disagree that Mina, I disagree with David that she's talking about sex for attention, that she's an attention whore. I think she actually likes talking about the sex.
Same.
Yeah, I think everyone's with you on that. I think David even backpedaled.
David's the only one who thinks that.
What else do I agree with people about women about, Justin?
I've just never heard you never have a dispute about them. Like
there aren't really women in the Hangouts.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You went that you blocked earlier today. There are women in the Hangout, first of all.
Oh,
well,
her
they're
mean?
not with respect to.
Remember Godless versus Annabelle?
I do. I saw that live.
Why do you talk about yourself in third person?
I don't know.
What sucks is later in that same hangout was probably one of the funnest times when we were.
Oh, remember the viewers were they were normally back then just 15 to 20, and 60 people.
Earlier today, something was like the drama with Darwin's deity last week. That got a lot of people too.
Got their dicks hard.
Yeah. Jack was just fucking strident. Just everyone. It's just like go back in day. It's kind of fun. It's a bummer because I don't. You know, like the CK and I talked about it, and that really helped me out a lot. But like I was really kind of bummed out about it because I like you guys, but I don't like that there's not some sort of like sympathy to at least some people who do want to engage with Darwin's deity. But I mean, every once in a while, maybe I do need to go. I do need to seek out Darwin's deity, engage with him, and then remember why he's treated like that stuff. But I still don't think that. I mean, even though he's a scumbag to me, ultimately, I still don't think it justifies the level of I guess attention he gets. But I can't offer anything that would certainly persuade, especially Jack, but I think a lot of other people, because it does sound like it's like, oh, you just want to have your chance at the bully. I mean, you're giving him an outlet in trying to have a chance at the bully. It's not even necessarily that like you can't even handle him, but the fact that you somehow want him to be free range from the people who can most effectively take care of him, it means that you want him to have a voice. And
yeah, it's platform versus no platform.
Yeah, I
like
mean,
my third day on Paltalk 4 years ago, Darwin's came and brought me into a private room, and we talked for like 3 or 4 hours, and he just beat on me. Like, I didn't even know what kalam was. I'd never even heard of kalam and shit, and it was just, he just like brutally took out a baseball bat and just beat me till there was nothing left but mush.
Maybe that's why you like him. That shit turns you on.
No, that's not. I always liked Darwin's personality and how he beats up weak people, but it's not because he beat me up.
That's the other thing.
I just think it's funny. I just think it's not that I like. I don't mean like it. I just think it's entertaining.
Now I don't see.
I don't like that he does it. I'm just entertained by it.
That's what I was like asking.
He's such a character.
Well, no, I don't think he's. But I don't think he's interesting. I think he just the way he makes it so he's not making any substantive claim for you to chew on. Again, the example is freaking using the fine-tuning argument, but getting pissy about me saying, well, it's a fine-tuning argument to, it's fine-tuned so that life can exist. Getting upset about that. It's like you want to use an argument, but you don't want to affirm the conclusion of it. That's what. What's up? Sorry?
You know the reason why I affirm that, right?
What?
I mean, well, I know because of one of the arguments I know against it. This fine-tuning could be. Well, the argument I use is that that within the field, it is the case that people feel that we've always just assumed that there's a value to sentient creatures. But what if and that's what we've always tried to talk about fine-tuning with respect to. But what if everything's fine-tuned, but it's fine-tuned for black holes to exist?
Right. Exactly.
And the thing is what is it? When I ran another argument against a fine-tuning argument, David was like, yeah, but I mean, you're trying to say that God has to work within these parameters. God can take. He is eternal. He could take his time doing something. And the counter to that is, I mean, when I say, well, everything's fine-tuned for the existence of black holes, and you say, but there aren't that many black holes, or how can you know that? I could just say, well, God isn't, I mean, who are you to, like, hurry God's ass up when he's trying to fine-tune something? Maybe the purpose that he has for these black holes will become very apparent, but it's not until, like, thousands of years from now. The same argument can be used to affirm that the fine-tuning is for black holes, but I can't say that without Darwin's deity just like trying to shut me up. And it's I can understand he doesn't want it. It doesn't seem like it's even fun. Why is it not the case? I mean, I don't even see when someone runs an argument against me, I don't even think it's me trying to point to having integrity or being like being a legit person when I say, look, if someone's running an argument against me, I don't know how to address it. I'm not gonna just be a dick to them and not let them say their argument. I'm gonna be like, I don't know how to address it, but I think maybe this is another way I can show that your argument's irrelevant. And again, that's not just because it's like, I am like, I'm seeking the truth or anything. It's because I don't think that's fun just to be like, no, you're being irrelevant. I'm not saying that the fine tuning's for life. It's that seems, it's boring. Like, he wanted it to be me just saying yes or no to his questions. Right. And that's not fun. Like, if I'm arguing against you and then I go, no, you can only give yes or no answers to me. It's not like, so I don't. So like him being called a bully is something that it was something that I would. Yeah, I felt pretty slick. Also, when he's like, hey Joe, someone on your name is calling me a piece of shit. And it's like, no, I called you a piece of shit. I don't. Yeah. So this is the awkward sex talk / shit on Darwin's deity hang, with a little bit of discussion of tautologies.
This is what the people want, Joe.
It makes me uncomfortable. Like, I'm thinking, I don't even see. I don't want to go back through it and edit it though. Like, I think there's a point where.
Why do you have to edit it?
Well, no, I would edit it because I don't. Jesus Christ! I hate my voice. That's the other thing.
Why would you edit it?
Oh, just because I didn't like the. Oh, for Christ!
You're echoing, Justin.
Okay.
Like that night Jack pointed out, we were like screen sharing, playing chess, and Jack was like just verbally violating Nina, and Jack goes, who the fuck is watching this? Like, there's people in the side chat. And it just went on for so long, and it was just, why would somebody watch that?
Yeah, no. Also, the other thing is, the bummer is there's so many moments in Nadia's Hangouts that I wish I can go back and find.
I know, me too.
I'll never, it's like you have to kind of call it. But there will be times that, like, weeks later, I'm like, oh my god, that was so
I always tell
funny.
myself I'm going to go back and get the moment, like, before it gets too late in past Hangouts. And then I never do it. It just accumulates too many more Hangouts to go through.
Every once in a while, I would just leave comments with the timestamp on the. But you.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You also, but you kind of couldn't.
You can't really tell what the timestamp is as it's
You can't do the timestamp until the video is posted.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, CK.
I wonder how many hours of Hangouts there are in audience.
I wonder, like, just how many fucking probably funny things or how many telling moments. Like, there's probably a point when, like, someone's like, I don't know. Someone like Mac is like, divine command theory doesn't sound persuasive to me, and we can't go back and find it or something.
I cannot fucking fall asleep. I'm about to go to Starbucks.
All right. You going with your friend Shiva?
No, she was only there at night.
Oh, okay.
What do you like to get at Starbucks, Godless?
Use the Wi-Fi.
And what do you drink there?
Venti, always venti. That's the biggest size. Chai
What's
tea
the-
latte, peppermint mocha, or
What's the
peppermint.
classiest
Nice.
drink?
I don't know the answer to that question.
See, the thing with that is
I'm classy, trashy.
there's another hangout that I can't remember where it's just like CK just you are the trashiest person I've ever met
I remember
in
that.
my entire life. That's what makes you so special.
I'm classy, trashy.
Peppermint mochas, guys.
The funny thing is, I think you
CK is
heard
here.
her wrong, but you just thought it was so funny that it just became
No,
that's
CK
what it
was
was.
asking Mina, you like Godless because you think she's classy? And Mina was like, yeah. And CK's like, really? Why? And
Oh, I don't
Mina's
remember
like,
that
you
part.
think she's trashy? And CK's like, yeah. And Mina's like, why? And CK like lists all these reasons.
Were you guys
Wait,
here?
I don't remember that.
I have the recording to that. I recorded it with my Bandicam.
Do you guys have? Were you guys here? when-
Everybody was talking about how they wanted to fuck me in that one too.
See, that's the thing. I've only recently thought I think I can bone her. I never like even Ocean was like, I really want to have sex with Godless Girl right now when you were
Oh,
yelling.
CK. Oh, I remember it. CK said, "Wait, Mina, you're the first person that's attracted to Godless because she's classy. We're all attracted. Dionysus and everybody's like, yeah, we want to fuck Godless." And CK goes, "We're all attracted to Godless because she's trashy."
Okay, that does sound like something I would say.
That's exactly what you said. I remember that now.
Yeah. I think I have to plead guilty to that one.
Well, I still stand by what I said, so.
You're a lunatic.
No.
No.
I have it right.
You don't even have the correct view on asses.
What is your criteria for justifying the correct view on asses, though? You
What's
haven't
the
given an
correct-
argument. No, I'm okay. No, I think you like a bit over the top when it comes to asses, but
Oh my god.
you know the spectrum of assery that I appreciate. Like
What's that,
like with Caroline Pierce right away. You don't even see her
Yeah.
face. You're like Caroline Pierce.
It's not the face that's the important component of a woman.
Well, let me ask. What if a woman, she has an attractive face, the body type you like, and then she just has the wrong ass?
That's a bummer right there.
Well, it's a little bit misleading actually, because I have a very fixed idea of what I like and don't like physically, but ultimately what dictates if I find a woman attractive is going to be other things than their appearance.
Their personality and what?
Their personality, but more specifically like their sexuality. If their sexuality is very compatible with mine, I'm going to find them very attractive regardless of what they look like.
What if everything's, including the ass, is perfect about them, but they don't like to be dominated?
Yeah, then we're shit out of luck. That's
a
game
deal
over.
breaker?
Yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Okay, what if the
Like
girl's perfect?
I've had sex with girls that I thought were good looking, where the sex has just been really bad, basically. And
Okay,
sex
what
with girls that I thought were really ugly, where the sex was really good. So.
Okay, I have a question.
Hmm.
What about she's got the perfect appearance, ass, everything, good personality, and you're sexually compatible, except she likes to be eaten out all the time, and she can't have sex with anybody who wouldn't do that.
You sound like Tom R.
for some reason. I don't know why. The way you asked that question.
Well, we just wouldn't be sexually compatible.
Well, the question is, would you do it?
No.
We said no. Even if everything else is perfect?
Yeah.
Well, she should change.
That's
her
difficult to
if
believe.
he's perfect, right? I mean, she can compromise as well.
I couldn't respect a guy that ate pussy.
See, this is the one area where Godless is just so on my level. More than anything else, this is like the one thing where we're kindred spirits.
Really? Guys,
Yeah, seriously.
Like, I can't even think of how it like feels good or anything like that. It feels good even if it did.
To you?
Because I'm just thinking, like, what a bitch he is.
What a bitch. Look at this bitch right there. Good job.
Oh my God.
No, I can see that. But fucking guys
Joe
like
likes
it.
to eat pussy.
You can see that.
I like it, but like
that's the correct view.
I like it, but the last
Both of them
3
on.
girls I was with were not into it. It was a bummer.
I actually don't like it.
What do you mean?
It's horrible.
Hand them over.
But I'll do it.
And the girls I was no, they were fucking annoying. Oh, one of them was really good, but one of them was super high maintenance and crap in bed, and yeah, the other I mean, my last long-term relationship, she just didn't like it. But that was almost like what I think Dionysus would like his relationship to be with his girlfriend. Like it became more heterosocial. Like we became best friends, and every once in a while we also had sex.
Joe, did she say why she didn't like it?
No, but I understand it's like a very different phenomenon. Like with women, you have to be in. I don't know. I mean, she didn't say she didn't go, yeah, go to town, and then go, oh, I don't like it. It
Well,
was
I'm saying,
like,
did she not like the feeling of it? Did she think that you were a bitch?
I'm just imagining like Godless, just like still in the freaking like, oh why? Just like, look at this bitch right here. I swear to God, Justin.
GG, would you let Mina eat you out? Would you let a girl eat you out?
That's disgusting. Maybe if we were in Vaggus or something.
Is she thinking about it? Or is she just not there?
I think she's AFK.
Oh.
Yeah, she's thinking about it.
Godless tends to answer questions pretty quickly.
Me, I just came back. I was getting eye drops. What did you say?
Would you let a girl eat you out?
No, I wouldn't like it. No, but I'd rather have a girl do it than just some guy.
Well, would you let Mina eat?
Mina, you have
I don't
you
think I
have
would
an in.
like it though.
Yeah.
So you would?
Well,
so,
I'm very good at it, so I'm sure that it would be fine.
She's very good, Godless. Can you be tempted?
I don't like to get eaten out. I just don't like the way it feels anyway.
Well, Godless. Godless.
Yeah, but Mina will make it feel good.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm not attracted to women.
But are you?
Yeah, but Mina will make it feel. God, come on.
She's gonna get. Like,
yeah, but if I'm
or
feeling
that,
turned off by the person who's doing it, then no matter how good they're doing it physically, I'm not gonna like it.
Yeah, but Mina would make you feel turned on.
Yeah, see, I would only do it if it was like if the girl was into it. You know.
Mina would seduce me first.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mina would seduce you.
By getting me really drunk.
That could be involved.
She would take you out on a classic
It wouldn't
trash.
be intentional though. But I do think that you would be more like I honestly think that you would actually like attack me more than I would attack you. Like I think that you would be more horny than I would be initially.
Take that, Godless.
I don't know.
What do you think?
Godless
What do you think
response.
of that, Godless?
Why would I be attracted to you when I've never been attracted to a woman before?
Well, because I wouldn't just be like just any woman, you know? Like I would make it so that you actually like me as a person too. And you'd want to try things with me because I'm comfortable, you know? So there'd be other factors. Like I wouldn't just pounce.
Like I can't even decide would I rather, if I had to be with a woman, would I want a butch woman or would I want a feminine woman? I just don't even know because I'm just so not attracted to women. I don't know. I wish I was. You know. What was that? Somebody's mic or something? It would be nice to have more options to choose from, but I just don't like women.
What about your friend? Like, she's bi, right? You said that she's bi, the one that was in the video?
My friend Shiva, everybody wants to fuck Shiva. Look at her. I get a fucking boner looking at her. I want to, if I was to fuck Shiva. Yeah,
you are attracted to women.
Yeah, just only Shiva ever. If I
yeah,
was
but what if hang on a sec, what if Mina looked better than Shiva? Or as good as Shiva?
No, it's just something about Shiva. I think she reminds me of myself because she's her personality. I don't know. Shiva just, and she's super sexual too.
You don't think Mina's sexual?
No, I wouldn't really
Mina's
want to do
kinda
it. Like, say Shiva wanted to fuck me, I still wouldn't actually want to. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is, if I was going to be with a woman like Shiva, who's got the mic? Mute your mics, people. If I was going to be like with a woman like Shiva, I would want to be dominating her, I think, even though I would never want to be dominant with a guy. Yeah, I would want to beat the shit out of Shiva.
Well, that sounds
yeah,
fun.
I get that.
Just look at this bitch.
That was pretty great.
But Shiva is like stunningly beautiful to me though. She like you rarely see. I could go walk around all day, walk around a public place, and not once see a woman as attractive as Shiva.
Yeah, but maybe Mina is stunningly beautiful.
Like she looks like she belongs on TV to me.
She does look really pretty.
Show
but
me.
You know what I think? Hold on,
Show me the Shiva girl. I got to see this.
You've seen it before, the girl in the Starbucks video.
In the video, you should take down.
No way! I didn't see anything special about her.
Yeah, see, other people think she's beautiful, but not as beautiful as I think she is.
You know what the interesting thing is? Sorry.
Remember, she's not dialed up in that video. You got to see her. She looks like she belongs in a magazine when she's dialed up.
She's androgynous. That's what I noticed about her.
No, she's not. She's feminine.
A little bit androgynous, like something
she's
about.
She's even a little more feminine than me.
I don't think so. Not from what I can tell. Like, she's definitely a little bit androgynous.
You should see her fucking people on the dance floor.
Well, that's hot. Like, I'm attracted to androgynous people. I think most models are androgynous.
Ew, I would not. I'd rather be with a woman.
But a lot of like what we consider beautiful are androgynous faces, like for both men and women, right?
Oh, that's really, really unattractive to me. I'd rather just be with a butch woman or a feminine woman than somebody who's androgynous. That's disgusting to me. That's like such a turn off.
But androgynous doesn't mean that they're like both those things. It just means that they might have like certain features, like a symmetrical face, for example. You know, certain features that look like they could be.
Well, symmetry is usually what both men and women find attractive. It's actually universal.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how does symmetry get you being androgynous?
In some cases, it's part of like what.
Oh, if it's like completely symmetrical, like mirrored, like if you make a computer image of a mirrored, you know.
Yeah, like it doesn't have to be like perfect, but.
Then it's actually, I think people are actually turned off by that.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's strange.
I can't fucking fall asleep. This is horrible. I'm gonna make some more coffee. It's so fucked up. How do I do this to my body?
Well, she said that the reason she likes her is because she reminds her of herself. So it's a personality type, I think. You know, and a lot of times people are blinded by the personality, like the measure of how beautiful.
I can't always know the reasons.
Right. Like someone else may look at you at the street, like look at whatever this girl's name is, and say she's average, but like you may be just the emotional factor may push it a bit further for you. I've had this in the past. Like then when I wasn't emotionally interested in that person anymore, it's like, why was I ever interested in her? She's not even like, all what I thought, like physically.
Yeah, do you still talk to your mom though?
No, but don't you guys have that? Like, I don't know.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone has that moment after breaking up with someone like 2 months down the line where you're like, what the fuck was I doing? But I have to say, I think that people that don't eat pussy end up alone and cold and die in a hospital blanket.
See, I enjoy it actually. Like, I don't get why people are revolted by it.
I actually don't usually do it or enjoy it, but if it's the right person, well, that's a tautology. If it's a person that I like enough, that's a tautology. Fuck. If it's a person that I'm committed to, then I have less of a like repulsion towards it.
But like, I'm just imagining Godless girl just fucking having the puss on, looking down at a guy going at her. It's just look at this bitch.
I think a guy is pretty misguided if he wants to lick Godless girl's pussy in general, but.
But I mean, like, there are guys who like that.
Yeah, there's plenty of them.
I mean, I like doing it, but it's not like a deal breaker. That's the issue. That's the thing with me. I think I'm probably in between you and
CK
Tom.
did it when he was a teenager.
When he was a teenager, then he became post-cunnilingus.
I remember when I first did it. For some reason, before I started having sex, I thought it would be a really fun thing to do. And then the first time I did it, I was just wondering why the fuck I'm doing this. Why am I here?
I mean, that's what
I was thinking.
The whole idea is to motivate the rest of the sex, right?
Fuck all of that. You can motivate the sex in other ways.
Of course you can.
Right, there's other foreplay.
Right, of course there is, but that's a really easy and effective way to do it, right?
I saw it as a way, like, kind of like, whoa, she's blowing me. I should, like, return the favor.
No, that's wrong, Joe. That's wrong.
No, it is. Like, back then I was afraid of going to hell for having sex. And no one was there to tell me, dude, you're getting blown by this chick. You might as well just have sex. But that's a different topic. But anyways, I'm like, okay, thank you for blowing me. What can I do for you? Oh, that's a thing? All right.
CK, bitch at Justin for being a bitch.
And then, like, I mean...
What do you mean? What did you say?
I don't care what either
about eating pussy. He said he likes doing it.
Sometimes. Not all the time.
That's very disappointing, Justin.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think it's disappointing. I think it's hot.
I disagree with both of you.
Yeah, I'm with Justin here.
Yeah, I think it's great when guys enjoy doing it. I think it's fucking sexy.
Oh my god.
It's true. I think you'll have better sex if you eat pussy.
Justin, do you do ass to mouth?
It's not worth it.
How could you dominate a woman after you just ate her pussy?
I mean, I don't even see how
you can't. That's the whole point.
Whoa, back
but
up.
It is dominating her.
Well, hold on. Is that the kind of sex he wants?
Well,
Justin, explain yourself.
slow down. How can you dominate a girl after eating their pussy, right? Well, how do you normally dominate them?
Right, so if they go to try to dominate me, like unless they're being excessively brutal beyond the point that I want them to, which would have to be really bad, then I would just be laughing.
But look, this is what I'm saying. If you eat a girl's pussy, right?
You fucking bitch.
That doesn't stop you from doing anything else that you normally do that's aggressive or dominating.
Well,
I think it is dominating to eat pussy.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the least in control when someone's eating me.
Yeah, the fact that you're making her come.
I think I could think of one exception for it.
So,
before you've ever had sex, then, like, and you're just messing around, maybe. And you're not going to have sex that day.
I don't see why it just can't be dominated in general. I just don't understand that concept.
Yeah.
Because I told you I'd be laughing at you.
Yeah, but then if he's like, bam, orgasm, I mean, you have, it's like, bam, orgasm.
I'd probably be trying not to laugh.
Well,
if you have a laughing orgasm, I mean, every time I orgasm, I start giggling. So that's the thing.
Well, look, if there's people like Godless that want to, like, just feel that way about it, then I probably, then we would both lose interest in it after that, right? I don't see the problem there. But there's plenty of girls that you can dominate after, like, eating their pussy. I just don't see the issue.
I won't be laughing if you blow me.
A guy could never be.
I would show you the respect.
I would always look at the guy differently, though.
Well, that's just.
You've never gotten good head from a guy, Godless, because, like, if a guy's good at eating pussy, then you're the one being dominated.
Yeah, I've been eating out before, but I didn't like it.
I totally agree with Mina here.
Just looking down at the guy, just like his head. You don't even see his face. You're like, look at this bitch.
If Godless laughs, just punch her in the Vaggus.
It's like tongue puncher. I think that's the phrase.
That's Vaggus. That was good.
Who pronounces it that way? Who does that?
Godless, let me give you a scenario, though, right? Let's say you're having sex, the kind of sex you normally like to have, right? Rough.
Vaggus.
You're being dominated, and then the guy puts you down, puts your hands back behind your head, and then, like, eats you out for 5-10 minutes, whatever, right? Then goes back to doing the same thing. Do you think that one thing is going to ruin the whole experience?
Well, I guess I couldn't ruin it before it happened. But see, the thing is I just also don't like how it physically feels.
Yeah, I mean, that's different. And then, of course, you're bored by it. Then, yeah, I can see why there's no appeal there.
And also, once you could tell someone's just, once you could see he's doing the alphabet with his tongue, it's kind of.
But I think Godless conceptually thinks that it's degrading to the guy.
Right, but I don't.
Regardless of how it feels for the girl.
Dominance is all about the person, right? What you're assessing is their, what you think is dominant about their character traits, right? For instance, you receive pleasure out of both, right? You're giving them pleasure by, having regular sex, anal sex, or, cunnilingus. It doesn't matter. So it can't be judged by the fact that they're doing something for you, because in a way it's all beneficial. You're just assessing the person.
No.
All right, well, explain why.
No, because I can be with a pussy guy as long as he's dominant.
Hold on, CK, explain why that's the case.
Well, I didn't really even understand what you were saying.
Well, explain why dominance isn't just assessing someone's character traits.
Well, the point is the actions reflect the intentions of the person.
The actions reflect the intentions.
Yeah. The actions are not divorced from their mental states.
Well, of course, but how do you think that going down on someone reflects a submissive intention?
Because it's degrading.
But just saying that isn't explaining why, right?
Well, you're subverting yourself.
But that's just an assertion. Why do you think you're subverting yourself?
Well, because you're sticking your head in a vagina.
But when you stick your dick in a pussy, are you subverting yourself?
No, because...
Oh, it's the opposite.
How's it the opposite? That's what I'm saying. You two have made it conceptually distinct, and I'm asking how. I get that they're different actions, but I don't understand how one is submissive and one isn't.
Well, all you're saying is that nothing is degrading, submissive, or dominant.
No. I'm just asking why this particular case is. I'm not making claims about all things.
What is your criteria for deciding?
In virtue of what would a blowjob be degrading to a woman, or coming on a girl's face be degrading to a woman?
In virtue.
Right, but I think if we can isolate why you think that things are degrading, and then we can talk about why eating the girl out is, that would make more sense. Because right now it sounds like you two are just saying that it's degrading, without. It's more like a feeling you have.
Well, what do you think is degrading?
And I think, yeah, coming on a girl's face is degrading. I think
Why?
fucking ass is degrading. I think, like, throwing them around is degrading. I agree with all those points. It's just that in my mind, I don't separate that kind of degradation.
I don't understand how you can agree with those, but not think sticking your face in a wet pussy is, like, degrading.
I just see it as part of the process of degradation.
I think Joe's laugh is sort of indication
I'm sorry,
that
guys. If you guys are getting kind of heavy, if you guys think I'm laughing is annoying you, I can stop.
No. I was saying that your laugh
For one thing,
indicates.
isn't it disgusting? Like, putting a cock in your mouth is disgusting, isn't it? When you think about it?
Godless, you said you suck dick like a whore earlier, right?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
But I still think that it's disgusting in a way.
Yeah, it's disgusting, and that's why it's degrading to
Right, and
Godless
I
when she sucks
Because
dick.
it's degrading, because it's disgusting. It's disgusting, so it's degrading, so I like it.
It's just funny to me
Nice.
that you don't think it's disgusting to stick your dick in it, but you're, like, why is that part not disgusting?
It
Because
used
it's
to
your
kind of.
dick.
It used to kind of be that way. BJ was on him after sex.
For me, I think it's odd that you'll stick your dick in something that you won't touch.
But the penis is just a tool to destroy you with.
Right, but don't you think that it's odd that you'll stick your dick in something that you won't put your mouth on?
No, I think that's
Like, if it's really...
the best way to proceed in all situations.
No. If it's gross, though, why would you put your dick in it?
Socrates.
I think it's just a sensible question to ask. If it's really disgusting, why touch it at all?
Not. I mean, the more disgusting something is, the further away I want to keep my face from it.
So you're disgusted
Right.
by pussy.
Yeah, basically that's what it's coming down to here. You guys are finding it degrading because you're disgusted by the actual
Pussy.
genitals, like pussy or dick or whatever.
No,
like,
I'm disgusted with those kinds of body fluids being in my mouth, not on my genitals.
Okay,
Where
so
they
it's about
belong.
So we're narrowing down. It's about the pussy fluids, the pussy.
Well, the face is more vulnerable than the penis, right?
For what?
Infection.
Vulnerable might not be the right word.
from infection?
I'm lost.
No, look. Would you be more insulted if someone spit on your face or if someone spit on your dick?
Well, I mean, I get pleasure out of people.
That's basically what I think. That's basically what I.
What about a
A
woman?
chick is spitting in your face with her
like,
pussy.
What about a woman? What if I'm having
It's kind of hot, actually.
She is spitting in your face, Justin.
But so is that what happens to you when
No,
you?
you're spitting on her pussy. That's
Are
what's
you
actually
hit-
going on.
Is your face?
Well, it would be spitting
I
in
don't
your
mind.
mouth.
I'll spit on a
Spitting
girl's
in your
pussy.
mouth.
Wait a second.
This is
Everyone
probably
is
the
kidding.
best hangout that I've hosted so far.
I have to clarify something though. So when you put your face down to the pussy, are you saying that something's hitting your face when you're near it?
Your tongue is going inside the pussy cum.
But that's not your face being hitting.
That's my pussy cum. That's what she calls it.
Yeah, but look, if you put someone's head inside a toilet without it touching anything,
You're
it's not like they wouldn't think. It's not like they wouldn't think that was degrading.
As a toilet.
I know that Godless is on the same page though, which just makes me really
Think
happy.
about eating on an asshole.
Would you
What
fuck
about
Wait, everyone. There's like all this fucking echoing and like people having weird stuff. Can we get that, Jack? Who's echoing?
Joe is controlling.
Justin's echoing, and CK, you're kind of getting like staticky or like
Let's
electronic-y.
confirm that I'm echoing. Say something, Joe.
Justin,
Go fuck
what about
yourself.
Am I echoing?
No.
No, not anymore.
All right, then suck a dick, Godless. But listen, so look, the way you two are describing pussies as toilets, don't you see that as a problem?
Well, okay, what about the girl's ass? What about licking a girl's ass as opposed to fucking it?
Right, but I didn't say anything about eating a girl's asshole. We're switching
So
subjects.
what's the difference between the ass and the pussy?
One has shit in it.
And one has pussy cum in it.
That's fine. I think I'm much more okay with pussy cum than I am with actual shit.
Would you?
Vagina juice.
I mean, you don't think it's odd that you're repulsed by pussy in a way.
Would you feel? You wouldn't feel disgusted to taste random pussy cum like in a cup?
Random pussy.
It's like you get an espresso like cup of. It's like, wait, you gave me pussy cum. I wanted.
No, answer that.
Double cream.
We should
Answer
probably,
the question. Don't dodge
probably take the word random out of it, right?
Would you rather take random pussy cum, like somebody you don't know,
Random.
just sitting there
Yeah,
on
random pussy cum or apple
On your
juice.
dick
Which would
or
you
your
rather
mouth?
drink?
What is your
No, would
definition
you
of
rather
random?
put it on your dick or in your mouth? The random cup of pussy cum.
I mean, I wouldn't do either. This is a weird thought
What
experiment.
would you rather do?
I would rather do. I mean, it
Put
should
it
be
on your
what
cock or
the.
put it in
Let's
your mouth?
clarify. Let's clarify.
What does the person who supplied the random pussy cum want? That should be.
No.
That should be figured in, I think.
No. Why is
No,
it?
why not? What's your criteria for deciding whether or not you can have the random pussy cum put on your dick or in your face?
Why is it random? Someone just explain that to me.
I
I don't
that's
think Justin really
irrelevant
doesn't think it's
to the-
degrading. I just think he likes to be degraded.
I think you're avoiding the force of my argument, and it's telling.
There's too many things happening at once right now. We need to narrow it down.
Okay, I'm being a dick, and I'll stop talking. How about that?
Godless, why is it random though?
Because it's somebody you don't know, so you're gonna be more. I would think you would be more disgusted by it if it's like you don't even know who it belongs to.
Sure, but that's kind of disanalogous to what I'm saying. Because in my example of where I'm okay with doing it, I know the person.
Also,
Okay,
like, I wouldn't
isn't
do that, but I
like,
love
okay,
eating pussy.
But
I
isn't
wouldn't
it
just drink,
okay?
like,
So then
a cup
let
of
it be a person that you know though. But it's sitting there in a cup on a table. So even if you take your own spit and you spit into a cup and then put it on a table, aren't you kind of grossed out to drink it again?
I think if I was disgusted by it, I wouldn't put it on my dick or in my mouth. But if I had to choose, yeah, I mean, maybe, I guess my dick, yeah. Of course. But I don't see how that really helps your point. You're disassociating sex with just the fluid. And I think that's the key error that you guys are making. You're thinking of a pussy like a toilet that you're not turned on by, that you're not into, that you don't want to fuck. And of course, if you take it outside of that, then it's disgusting, right?
Yeah, that is a good point. I felt that the toilet was kind of defeating the purpose of the sexual context.
Right.
What about a woman sucking a cock?
What about it?
Women?
You don't think that's degrading?
I
When
agree.
I was
No,
younger,
not
I
really,
thought it
no.
was.
Well, I agree.
What
that
about fucking a girl's face as opposed to her pussy? Which is more degrading to the girl?
Look, if she wants to do it, I actually don't.
Oh,
think
Godless!
that it's
I don't
degrading.
like. I don't like face fucking. By the way.
I don't either.
Right.
I
Point
think
out
it's
that
kind
she
of.
has her mouth on your dick. She has the power to bite down as hard as she wants at any point in time. There's a balance of power in that equation.
Oh, I
Thank
see.
you.
But degradation is all about your intentions, right? Would we all agree on that?
What do you do to show that you're intending to degrade somebody?
It's just the way you carry yourself, you know? It's all about how you're perceived. I mean, first of all, do we agree that degradation is based on your intentions, though?
And I also think you can be dominant without being degrading, too.
I agree. Exactly.
Yes, that's something that is
Yeah.
often missed in this discussion.
Yeah.
And the other
I agree.
issue is like degrading seems like it's a disconnect between what both people want out of the sexual encounter. Like if it's to some extent understood that there's like things that we would call degrading otherwise, if it's understood that that's what each person wants or each person is okay with going along with, then it shouldn't be considered degrading. But
I
if
think
there's
we
a
might-
disconnect, well, go ahead, Jim.
I think
Yeah,
we
see,
might-
I don't mind being dominated, but I do mind being degraded.
Oh, I don't like being dominated, but I think we might agree here because Godless, if I were to say, well, okay, so if I wanted to degrade a girl,
You don't like when girls are assertive,
I don't mind them being assertive, but being assertive and dominant is a different thing.
It's
but
fucking
if they're
hot
if
when
they're
girls
if
are
they're
assertive.
taking the lead, they're dictating what's happening.
It depends on how they take the lead, you know what I'm saying? Like, CK, if a girl grabs your hands and, like, throws you around the bed, would you like that?
can't really imagine a girl being able to do that. But
Well, how tall are you? How big are you?
5'5".
Really?
How much do you weigh?
I don't know. Let's see. 65 maybe.
One? Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
You and
Well,
I are the same height? I don't know why that's weird to me.
what if a girl slaps you in the face?
Oh,
Do you
wait a minute.
that?
5'5" inches.
Girls have slapped me in the face before.
Do you like that?
I just slap them back full force.
Yeah, that's different than accepting the degradation, though. I mean, that's not them being.
No. But we're talking about domination, not degradation.
But if you
Like
slap,
I don't have a problem with a girl being on top.
that's not dominance, though.
Isn't it? I mean, she controls the face now.
Well,
What the
sometimes
fuck?
it's laziness, too. You don't feel like...
Being on top isn't dominance, though.
Yeah, a girl can be on top and you can be fucking the shit out of her.
Right.
No,
That's
okay. I don't mind a girl riding me, is what I'm saying.
That's not dominant.
It can be, though. I
I
don't...
don't see how a girl riding you could be them dominating you.
Well, how could they be dominant if they're on the bottom?
What I'm saying is it has nothing to do with position.
Not sure it's
Yeah,
possible
doesn't-
for a girl to be.
I think they
She could
can
be
be
pushing
dominant
you
when
and
they're on the
still punching
bottom.
you from the bottom.
Yeah. There was a one girl. Okay, I won't. Never mind. But she was dominant when she was on the bottom. It was fucking awesome. So, it's possible, basically.
I'm just saying I don't think it has to do with position.
So that's not in your criteria.
Yeah, for dominance, no.
Yeah, it's more the attitude, I think. It's more
Right.
the
What
Like
is your
Justin, porn is
sexual
porn
desiderata?
has degrading things. The majority of porn has degrading things to women in it. So, and you never see their pussies getting eaten in porn.
Yeah, you do.
Sure
Yeah, you do.
The fuck are you talking about?
That's not true.
I don't watch
What the
porn
fuck
like
are you
that.
talking
What kind of
about?
porn are you people watching?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, there's-
Most mainstream porn involves a guy giving head to the girl.
It does?
Godless. I
I
thought
don't
we
think
were on
so.
the same page. What fucking happened here?
Godless.
You do-
I think we actually agree, because if I wanted to be more dominant, like if I wanted to go for maximum dominance, then I would leave the pussy eating out. I'm just saying that you can be dominant while eating their pussy as well. Like, there's no disconnect there. But I agree
No,
with
but dominate. We're confusing domination and degradation. I think eating pussy is degrading.
Yeah, I disagree. But maybe I disagree because it doesn't degrade me. If someone else finds that it's degrading, then sure.
Is it?
Yeah,
Is
but
it
look,
always degrading,
I
or
wouldn't
is
really,
it-
I
it
wouldn't really
can-
take it seriously if a girl said being tied up and flogged wasn't degrading.
Yeah, that's a bit more extreme.
That's
That's a different.
different than.
I know girls
Well,
that...
the
Yeah,
intentions
but
of the
what I'm saying is that just because someone doesn't realize that they're being degraded, that doesn't.
Right. What determines
There's something
if it's
distinct from what
degrading?
they're.
Is it the intentions of the receiver?
No, we're
Because
just...
Like Josh doesn't think that coming on a girl's face is degrading.
Right,
We
that's-
just think that that's ridiculous.
Right. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
It depends on the context, obviously, but like
I actually don't think that one ever applies, so I have a problem here.
fucking.
So you
I don't
think
know how
cum
much
on the
I wanna
face
say.
is degrading, but cock in the mouth is not?
Just
Well, I mean,
Godless, you're the best. This is the subject where me and Godless just.
I mean,
just so on the
it's so much
same
more
page.
invasive. Cock in the mouth is so much more invasive.
I just love the cock in the mouth. It's just a reference. It's fucking fantastic.
the way she
Godless,
says
you are the best.
I don't know how to answer that, Godless. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to my dad.
That's fucking
The only-
disgusting.
The only thing that could make this better is. Sorry. Go on,
What's the
Albatross.
Oh,
Go on,
just
Al.
isn't that kind of the
We have to
nature of
give
human
Jack the
sexuality
timestamp.
Oh yeah,
in terms
hold
of
on. What's up,
physical-
Albatross? It's hard to hear you. There's something. Oh, you had the shitty mic. That's right. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on.
I'm just asking, isn't that kind of the nature of human sexuality? I mean, women have an innie and men have an outie. So, for the man to get pleasure from his penis, he has to insert it into something.
Mm.
Yeah, but we're talking specifically about degradation. Do you think? Are you saying penetration is necessarily?
Yeah, I'm not making any claims about human nature here, just to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was saying, shouldn't we factor that into this discussion? 'Cause
I
mean,
only think these relations apply while there are class divisions, unfortunately, which is why I'm very torn about
That's
communism.
inconsistent with something you said before, CK, because you said if we lived in a classless society, then women wouldn't mind being degraded all the time sexually.
I'm not sure if I said that. I'm not sure what I would have meant by it. But what I mean is that
I think you said women would be much more promiscuous too.
yeah, women would be more promiscuous. I think people in general would have a lot more sexual freedom.
Would there be more blowjobs if we became communists or Marxists?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was explaining that.
That is how you start the argument to persuade.
I was explaining that to Sugar.
Ah, interesting.
The other day, yeah.
She has it. I mean, she likes certain things. She has views on this as well.
Sugar's a big whore, is what Joe's saying.
No, she would be so fun to have sex with. My God.
Justin, what if the woman thinks the man is degrading himself, but the man doesn't think so? Then is it degrading?
I mean, then I think that's the fault of the guy. Then he's made it. He's done something wrong. If the girl gets that impression, like here's what I'm saying. If let's say someone follows your, CK in your method to degrade a girl, right? And then let's say that I fuck her afterwards. I'm positive that I can degrade her more while also eating her pussy. I'm 100% sure. The method alone isn't going to matter at all.
That sounds very implausible.
It'll happen. I just don't think that it matters what you do to be degrading. I mean, there are things that are, mechanically degrading, I guess, like anal sex and shit like that. But I think degradation really comes from the interaction between the two people mentally than it does physically.
How is anal sex any more degrading than vaginal sex?
I don't see how you could say that.
It's more painful usually. That's one way. You're making them.
No, what if the girl has experience and you use plenty of lube and it doesn't hurt?
Yeah, I think that would be a different case for sure.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah, see, I don't think anal sex is necessarily degrading either.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I do.
Yeah, I think it always depends on context, all of these things.
What was the context of the last speech?
Of what?
A sweet beach?
Beach?
This is another way to say blowjob. BJ, a beach. Come on. It's America. It's 2016.
Like a lot of degradation comes from foreplay. You know what I mean? Like how you know that person, how your interactions have been up to that point, and then how you treat them after sex. I think you can't disassociate those kind of things from degradation. And I think it influences the whole process.
I think maybe, no, never mind.
But what's wrong with being submissive? Like, I don't get what's the big deal. Like, if someone likes that, whatever.
I don't think anybody is claiming that.
Yeah, how did you get there?
Well, I think he's saying there's a reason you guys want to be, or you have a problem with not being degrading, and he's wondering why.
No, I don't. Degradation isn't really a big part of my sexuality.
Yeah.
It's much more about domination than degradation for me.
Yeah, the most like I've done with another, it's like pull their hair, or they've pulled my. It's like.
That's the most you said, Joe?
That's
I mean,
hot.
I've been like rougher with like some girls.
What are you, a fucking
Those-
cobra?
like, that's
What's
hot.
up? Hold on, two people. What?
Nina said that's hot.
Fuck yeah, it's hot. No.
That doesn't seem very informative.
What does it? I'm not saying.
Seems like a
fuck yeah, that's
tautology.
hot. Seems like a tautology. What
say
is?
that it's hot.
Well, can you? What's the? Tautologies do actually hold some truth value. but in all possible worlds, if you're
Well,
going
they're
to
true by definition. That's what a tautology means.
Sure, but that's still truth value. The issue with tautologies is that they have no empirical meaning. But is it necessarily the case
No.
that that's an issue?
I think the problem is that they're not informative.
They can be informative.
It's like if I said I'm drawing a three-sided triangle, right?
Yeah.
Three-sided would be redundant.
But there are other types of tautology where it is. I mean, if you go 2 + 2 = 4, isn't that off then? Oh, fuck me. He thinks I'm being... Okay, yeah.
CK.
No, but actually, he's telling me stuff that I am interested in knowing about. That is a tautology, but there are other... I mean, that doesn't extend to every single tautology, right? Like tautologies that are associated with like math equations. Those have more...
Well, I think that
what's going on is that there are tautologies that can reveal certain conceptual links.
Okay.
That were okay to us.
Is he coming in really electronic for other people, or is it just... am I
breaking up?
Yeah, he's
Oh, really?
You're fine now.
Yeah. You think that it... I think I kind of got what you were saying anyways, though, but I couldn't repeat the exact words you said. But I understand your point, and I don't want to actually get into tautologies if it takes us away from talking about bone-in chicks. So.
Yo, I'm a little...
I second that.
I prefer the tautology discussion.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, yeah, earlier I was talking about, well, first it stemmed from the fact that I don't like that Darwin basically he has an out for saying why he doesn't address arguments that deal with tautologies in theism, because there's an argument that I think is really interesting against divine command metaethics, and it's called the semantic attack on the DCM. And the issue is it looks at the tautological nature of saying God is good. It is the case that pointing out that is ultimately a tautology is something that theists should be worried about. But this article by Stephen Maitzen actually takes it a step further. If you think that if you believe in a God that exists in all possible worlds, then you believe in a God where that exists in a possible world where the semantic meaning you get from the statement God is good can be conflated with the tautological aspect of saying God is good. Because of that, it renders your grounding morality in God's existence a tautology and therefore meaningless. And because of that, there's a possible world where morality is not grounded in God's nature, or it's not grounded in God's existence. And that seems to be a problem for divine command metaethics. If you want to say that this is, that's how we get morality, it comes from God, then it should be the case that should be true in all possible worlds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. It's actually, I think I fudged a few words when I said it. I think there's like explicit statements I might need to make, but I haven't been over the article in a while. But I think it's actually very approachable, and I like it a lot because I have trouble dealing with morality. And it's just freaking Darwin's won't. He's like, no, I don't talk about tautologies, and it's like, dude, that's like, that is constantly discussed in philosophy of religion literature. It's not good enough to say you have some policy. You should be willing to address these arguments. They're not just arguments that Jack invented.
No, but he doesn't.
he doesn't have an answer.
Well, yeah, I mean that's how he's getting the fucking out. But it pisses me off because especially since these more I don't know what to call them. I don't think abstract is the right word, but the kind of the more like arguments that aren't as explicit as doing the problem of evil or doing the divine hiddenness. These types of arguments where you're talking about the nature of like philosophy and logic and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those arguments I'm just not good at, which is why I see you guys as being really fucking smart. And so, like, but this argument is very accessible to me, and it's a bummer I can't use it. So, I hope you all are.
There are other theists who are willing to discuss the Euthyphro dilemma and the related issues.
Oh yeah, that's right. I held a hangout where I just don't think Shamos, like, because I don't think he takes me seriously. I don't think he listens to the actual like arguments that I give. Like, there's been several times where I've given an argument and he's just dismissed it, and then like 10 minutes later, someone else will say the same thing, and he will like actually concede the. It's like, is it just because I sound like an idiot or something? Sound like an idiot, but yeah.
Well, it could be an issue with your presentation of the argument.
Okay.
Joe, you sound very nice a lot of the time, so you're easy to step on.
Yeah, I'm worried about that. With Cliff told me
I could see
to
you were getting frustrated. I could see you on cam getting frustrated.
That's bad quality, Joe. That's a good quality.
Well, it doesn't seem to be in order. I mean, if it's gonna leave me being not understood by people like Shamos, or especially people like Darwin's, who can get under my skin about this kind of issue, then it's kind of, I think it is something I should probably, I mean, I shouldn't just become a dick to people, but I should learn how to better express myself in a way where I can't just be stepped on, but certainly not.
Well,
just
I think
like,
it's more the latter than the former. I think it's more of an issue of expression than manners or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes people will only respect you if you show a bit of your aggressive side. For example, Seamus, he does respond to it. He is sort of a submissive person, and so if you do respond to him with force a bit, he will listen to you more. I think you don't necessarily have to be a dick, but just be more forceful, I guess.
I don't know. I feel like I gave him the ultimate out to ever let me, kind of push him into actually having a legit debate against me by being more like aggressive, by just like kind of getting pissed off at him. I feel like what's up?
You can't get angry though, because that does the opposite for you in debate. But you can stick someone to a point.
Yeah. No. Okay.
It doesn't matter how many times they try to ignore it. If you just keep pressing it, do what Jack does. Ask the room if they think they've answered the question or some shit.
Every goddamn time I've done that, it's fallen apart for me.
Yeah, I mean, well, Jack has fucking supporters, so it's a different situation.
But I don't think you present the arguments that well.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I think that sometimes. Yeah, I don't give them with any force. That is one thing, but there are other issues.
I think another rule may be that if it takes you longer than 20 seconds to state the argument, you're probably not doing it right.
I see. I think that I don't think
that's true. But I think you just need to be more familiar with the arguments.
Yeah.
And the different avenues that you can get taken down. And because I don't think that you are that good at highlighting where the critical issue is. And then pressing that one point.
Yeah. like I don't know what to say because what you're saying, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I can only just agree with you right now. I guess I'm saying I don't have an argument against it. The other issue that I feel I also have is I feel like I talk in a circle sometimes. And,
well, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'll explain an argument, and then when I think that I've actually explained a key turn in an argument, I will just reiterate the beginning of it in order to remind you why what I just said prior is a key turn in the argument. Like right now I should probably stop, but now I'm going to continue and say that I give circular arguments because that was kind of a joke, but
yeah, I got that. That was understood.
Oh, what else?
But I think you should just discuss the arguments more with people that are very familiar with them.
Yeah, yeah. This is the same thing that Cliff says, and this is why I did. Although I didn't get to give any of the arguments I was thinking of running against Matt Bell because it was Darwin's room. But I was surprised at how much more about the fine-tuning arguments I do know compared to both David and Darwin's. The issue was Darwin's is a whole nother monster when you're talking about anything with him. But
well, I wouldn't really like. I don't think Darwin's he's just not really significant in the dialogue.
Well, he has like a type of his strategy is uncharitable, and that's simply something I am going to have to deal with other people. And
but that has nothing to do with your understanding of the argument, though.
Well, yeah, I agree, but it sounded to me like you were concerned about my presentation, but now you did mention that you're concerned about my familiarity with the arguments. Yes.
One and the same.
Well, I think that.
Well, go ahead.
I think a lot of the time that a bad presentation reflects a poor understanding. Not always. I mean, there are exceptions. Like probably Yaniv would be an exception.
No, I agree with you. Certainly having familiarity with the argument that makes it more likely that you're going to give a better presentation. You're familiar, especially like you said, you're familiar with the critical points of an argument. You're going to be able to emphasize things. For a while, I realized that, for example, the argument from Divine Hiddenness, a key thing that people were continuously missing is that they were assuming you were arguing that God wouldn't send people to heaven or hell for not coming into a relationship with him. When the argument isn't about God sending people to heaven and hell, it's an argument pointing to the inconsistency of a loving God not coming into a loving relationship with people who are totally open to a loving relationship. That inconsistency is the point of the argument, and the fact that that exists, you can either evidentially say it makes it more likely that God does not exist, or there's a deductive form of the argument that just says such a God cannot exist. But I haven't done Divine Hiddenness in a while. I don't even think I've done it in front of... yesterday I mentioned it to Godless Girl.
But Divine Hiddenness is just going to amount to an extension of the problem of evil.
That's what people say, but I disagree with that.
Okay, why?
Well, the problem of evil is speaking to another inconsistency in God's attributes. God is good, so such evils would not be permitted, or therefore God does...
But aren't you saying, with the Divine Hiddenness argument, aren't you saying that it's God's goodness that generates the expectation that he would be more apparent?
God's goodness generates the expectation that he would desire a loving relationship with all those open to such a relationship.
which would entail him being more apparent to us.
But it's not necessarily saying that it is evil that people don't come into this relationship with God, though. That's the issue. It's not saying that that is an evil thing. It's not saying that's even a bad thing. It's saying that it's inconsistent. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I think one follows from the other. If you're saying that it would be a good thing to save people.
Well, it's not about saving, remember? It's about coming into a personal relationship. You're coming into a personal relationship with God because a loving God would desire such a relationship with his finite creatures. The inconsistency is the fact that there are finite creatures.
Why couldn't the theist just deny that?
Well, I mean, a theist who affirms a different type of God could deny that, but that's not the God the argument is run against. The argument
the theist position is not that God will develop this kind of relationship with everyone, but he's created a world in which he can create that kind of relationship with the maximum number of people.
Exactly. No, it's not that everyone. It's everyone. I mean, again, non-resistant non-believers are the people who the argument are speaking about, and there are people who are open to developing such a relationship with God, but through no fault of their own never do so because they never come to believe that God exists. I mean, think about the millions, billions of people who have lived and died perfectly happy lives that were not like in any way had something taken away from them by not coming into a relationship with God. But nonetheless, people who totally could come into a relationship with God have lived and died never doing so, simply because they couldn't even conceive of theism. This is well before theism came about 5,000 years ago or something. That's inconsistent with the concept of, I mean, if I should have just ran the argument, but the concept of, the argument from Divine Hiddenness is against a God of monotheism, classical monotheism, which J.L. Schellenberg has argued that that if you're saying God is perfectly good, then he would desire a loving relationship with all those creatures open to such a relationship. But clearly,
but then it is an extension of God's moral nature.
Well, no, I don't even know if it's an extension of his moral nature. I don't think there's any obligation on God morally. It's just that it's an extension from his loving nature. The fact that a loving God who desires a loving reciprocal relationship with his finite creatures has not been in such a relationship with specimens of his creatures who seem perfectly open to coming into such a relationship. It's inconsistent, and that inconsistency makes God either not exist or highly unlikely to exist. Does that make sense? A big issue in one of my debates is.
So you're saying it could even be. You're saying it could even be considered evil.
I mean, people have run the argument as part of the argument from evil, but I think that it's one of
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Okay,
what I was going to say was that you could even consider it evil to develop this kind of relationship, for example, but the inconsistency would still stand, and so it doesn't hinge on any kind of moral property being attached to the relationships being formed. Is that the idea?
The first part of what you said is interesting to me. That you're saying that either that or I'm not really understanding what you're saying. You're saying that it could be like something evil could arise from such a relationship developing?
No. What I'm saying is the inconsistency that you're highlighting, you're saying is sort of morally neutral. It doesn't have to be framed in terms of moral and immoral.
I don't think it rests on morality. I don't think I would contend that it's morally neutral. I don't think.
Right.
But it's not. I mean, you can have.
Well, what I mean is the morality of the relationship is irrelevant.
Yeah, it's not an argument that points to morality. It's not an argument that.
So it could even be evil to develop such relationships, but the inconsistency would still exist.
I mean, if
given
you're...
this,
Go ahead.
given the stated aims, right?
I mean, the aim of a loving God coming into a reciprocal relationship with his finite creatures, if you want to say that could be something that's considered evil, that's something I've never actually heard before. That's kind of cool.
No. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that whether or not the act is considered good or evil is irrelevant. So it could even be evil, but the inconsistency would still exist. I'm not saying that anyone would actually consider it evil.
Okay, yeah. I'm trying to figure... Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Okay.
What about that argument? Did I give that a little bit more forcefully? Let's pull the... No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, I don't think it's a question of forcefully. It's...
What's up?
Or maybe... I mean, I think it loses force because maybe you don't articulate it as sharply. Maybe that's a better word.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even that... It's not as sharp and it's not as persuasive, especially in like a debate setting, as the problem of evil. The problem of evil, you're getting a serious point across, and a point that's a lot more approachable. Whereas the issue that's being pointed out with the argument from Divine Hiddenness is a lot harder for I guess, more serious proponents of theism to grapple with, but it's not. It doesn't seem like that big of an issue with like a lay audience, especially. I mean, again, the issue that I found myself dealing with was making sure people knew I wasn't saying, no, God, this isn't, God will send you to hell or not. This is just whether or not you'll come into a relationship with God. That's where the problem, I guess, comes about. And that alone makes people, I immediately imagine people going, okay, if he's not worried about whether or not you're going to hell, okay, whatever, there's this relationship, whatever. But I think there's a problem there that might need to be pointed out, especially to people who are Christians. It seems like they're saying coming into a personal relationship with God is a powerful thing. Having this personal relationship, this personal experience with God is very important to your faith in God. But then when you run an argument that speaks to that topic, they immediately think about going to heaven or hell. They don't even consider something that the force of the argument, which should speak to something that's important to their theology, which is having a personal relationship with God. That you think an argument that questions that personal relationship would immediately be identified by people who put so much importance in such a personal relationship into their theological worldview, right?
Well, I don't think it's attacking the relationship as much as the properties of God. It's saying that God can't be perfectly loving.
No, I don't even know if it's...
And if God isn't perfectly loving, God doesn't exist. And it's showing that God isn't perfectly loving.
Yeah, I guess it is showing an inconsistency with his... But, I mean, that is it, but the way you're showing that God is not perfectly loving is showing that he's not coming into this personal relationship with all those open to coming into that relationship. And for a subset of theists who think that personal relationship is important to their theology, to always just bypass that topic and go straight to heaven or hell, go straight to the consequences of not coming to know God, I think that it speaks to something that needs to be highlighted. The fact that there's something wrong.
I think it's I think a lot of them probably just don't understand that it's not a consequentialist argument.
Well, I think personally, I mean, this is. I don't know if I'm being too presumptuous, but I think it's the personal relationship with God stuff isn't really as it's not taken as seriously as people claim it is to their theology. In all honesty, I think that it's talked about as you got to develop a personal relationship with God, and I think the fact that
you mean theists don't care?
I think that they don't care as much as they're purporting to, and I think that that's just too presumptuous for me to flat out say, especially in a debate. But that's why I still think this argument has more strength. But you know what? I think I would. Yeah, with Matt Bell, I was going to do Divine Hiddenness, but I think that's just because he's really bad with Divine Hiddenness. But it may be the case that it would be good for me to still do the evidential problem of evil because it's more accessible to an audience. The point is made a lot. Yeah. Right, Justin?
I haven't been listening.
See, why can't CK told Jack, hey, even though I'm not paying attention, I still agree with you. Why can't you guys do that for me? Just
Jack is always right.
Oh, okay. Go fuck yourself.
Wait, I told Jack what?
There's just one time when you went, Jack. Sometimes when you poll the room and you ask me whether or not someone's right or whether or not he's right, I always just agree with whatever you say, even though I wasn't paying attention. It was.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it sounds funnier than it really is because me and Jack have argued these things out, over years. So I know by now which issues I'm on the same page with Jack about and which ones I'm not. So.
Well, I guess I want more of a superficial relationship. Just agree with me no matter what, even if I don't know you. Al, I think I know you the least here. Just when I say, Al, what do you think? Go, fucking Joe, he's right. Practice.
What? Nitex F3.
Oh, everyone die. All right. How long has Godless Girl not been here?
Somewhere between 4:05 and 4:07.
She's been gone for 10 minutes. You guys let me ramble for that long?
Yes.
Of course.
Jack is right, except for when he's wrong.
Tautology.
Very good.
That's the other thing. It's been a while since I've done Divine Hiddenness. Because I think, the familiarity issue that you brought up earlier, CK, I'm just not familiar with really giving a forceful presentation of the deductive form of the argument. And because of that, I think that I've botched the argument in other contexts. And so I just haven't been focusing on it too much because I don't want to I feel like I'm retreating to the evidential form of the argument when I give that instead. But
what do we think about a steak burrito?
A steak burrito?
Yeah.
That sounds alright right now. I had one the other day. Do it.
Mina thinks it's ridiculous that I get takeout every day.
Mina, do you cook your own food every day? Oh, okay. She's AFK.
She's also outraged that a communist has a cleaner.
Wasn't that like a criticism someone actually leveled at Marx himself?
You broke up for me there for a second.
Wasn't that was a criticism someone gave to Marx himself at one point? I think. I think that's like an anecdote or something. I'm thinking you might be able to give it. Oh, maybe I should give the, well, if you guys aren't sick of me talking, the likeliness argument against God's existence argument that I think I want to run, or that I probably will run against Matt Bell. But first, you want to see, have you ever been into one of CK's hangouts? Not CK, MK's hangout, CK?
Yes.
You know, he's just insane now. Well, I drew a picture to encapsulate his insanity. So. And I need to send it to him before I kind of just... I've been working on it for too long. Yeah, I need to send it to him before I start making the gremlins look like other people in the community. Like one of them is Ozzy, one of them is Jack, one of them is Cliff, the other one is Steve. I already have, instead of Red Bull, he's drinking Matt Bell. And I'm not sure if Matt Bell will like that or not. I think he might think it's funny. Again, I'm going to be funny. Yeah. No. Wish Gus came in here. What you don't do is... Yeah. So that's what I've been doing while I've been rambling about Divine Hiddenness.
You've been standing in front of a fridge?
No, I've been drawing CK's hair.
Oh, that's really good.
When should I should end this now. I think everyone's just over it.
I'm not over it.
We need a place
Really?
to sit. Yeah.
What's up?
We need a place to sit.
We need a place to sit.
Yeah. Keep your room open.
Yeah, keep the room open. You can just put it off air or whatever. I don't care.
Maybe Godless will say something funny. No. How long has it been going?
Maybe 3-4 hours.
Oh, Godless is back now.
What, are you guys going into the other hangout?
Is there already another hangout? Because
yeah, Nadia's hangout is active, but there's people.
Yeah.
There's too much for all of us, I think.
Well, I also, I don't want to take revenue from Nadia in all honesty. I forgot, I didn't put her, the last few times I've done this, I put her Patreon. I'll probably edit the info to this hangout.
Let me, hang on 1 second.
Okay.
I don't see anything live for Nadia.
Me neither.
So Godless is wrong.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was listening to the old video and I thought it was live.
Oh shit, people are talking in my side chat.
Godless, do you want to play a game of chess?
Sure, without your queen and your rook.
No, a proper game.
No.
I'll play a proper game with you, CK.
Why would you want to play a proper game with me? That wouldn't. Even Albatross loses interest because I'm so bad.
Because that's how you'll learn.
By just being destroyed?
Well, you learn from playing a proper game and correcting your mistakes.
Yeah, it sucks, but you have to keep on. You have to keep at it, so you become more
I
confident
think you
with
just,
it.
I think you just want to see how many moves you can beat me in a proper game.
No.
What does the rest of
That's
the club
that's uninteresting.
think?
TK, I'll play against you.
Okay.
What client are you using?
Godless, what's it called?
What's what called?
Where we play?
Chess.com?
Chess.com.
Yeah, fuck Pogo. We played on Pogo before, but fuck that.
Okay.
But give me a minute, I have to order my car.
So I need to sign up for another account now.
Oh, we can try Pogo again. I don't know if it'll work.
Why wouldn't Pogo work?
I tried it when I first played against her, but I did not like it. There's too much weird stuff in that website. I think chess.com is pretty solid. I actually have a bit of fun playing against Godless. It's kind of fun to see if I can sacrifice my queen and then still checkmate her in a few moves with my minor pieces.
Yeah, I didn't find that fun.
I find it interesting. It leads to some slightly more positional play.
Can you actually play?
I'm pretty decent.
And do you have an idea of what your ELO is?
And I have an idea of what?
Of what your ELO is?
Yeah, I'm at about 16 to 1800.
Oh, okay. We might have a decent game.
Your ELO on fix is within 30 points of your actual rating on fix. So if you're 1800, it's 1830 or 1770.
That's probably towards the lower end. I got my rating up with some lucky games. Where my opponents made some bad mistakes.
Can I watch CK play Albatross? Are you guys about to play?
I'm up for it as CK is. Hello.
Can you tell Starbucks
yeah.
to turn their music down?
No. I can move from under the speaker when a seat goes up.
You can move from under the speaker. It's just like right under the fucking speaker.
If I sit outside, I won't be able to resist smoking cigarettes and people get mad.
It sounds like you moved closer to the speaker.
But yeah, that 1800 rating is for 15 minutes, so for like blitz or anything faster, it's going to be a lot lower. I need my time to think. I think Go is an interesting game to play. It's one of the few games that computers don't consistently beat humans at.
Well, not anymore, but yeah.
Has that changed now?
Yeah.
Damn.
Like 2 days ago.
Machines are taking over.
Yeah, this one was pretty recent. The Google AI beat one of the best top-ranked Go players. Whereas previously that they couldn't even beat like moderately advanced players.
What's your member name?
On chess.com.
Yeah.
It's concussed albatross, one word. I'll put it in the side chat for you.
I'm on a mobile device. Oh, I see it.
There we go.
Will one of you screen share so I can watch?
Yeah, sure. I'll screen share.
Okay. Not sure how this works. You?
Maybe it'll be easier for me to challenge you. What's your name?
Oh, I've set it up. Did you receive a challenge?
Not as far as I can tell.
Well, let me see if I make a move and that changes anything.
I don't think it will, but okay.
You have to select play live too.
Oh, play live.
Yeah, I don't know if it will work differently on a mobile device. CK, why don't you tell me your username now I can issue you a challenge?
It's AURRPKR.
AURR?
Yeah, but I've ended up in a game with a random person. AURRPKR.
Okay, all lowercase, I presume.
Yeah. So I'm gonna abort.
Okay, yeah, it says you're not accepting challenges, presumably because you're in a game.
Okay, I've left that game. Try now.
Oh yeah, Nadia is at the bodega right now. I just talked to her on Skype. She's gonna start the room pretty soon.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, I gave her the link to this hangout. So.
Yeah, I'll leave it open until.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's AURRPKR.
Hey, Joe.
Okay,
Joe.
that's weird. Nothing's happening when I try to issue a challenge.
Can we see your guinea pigs?
How do you issue a challenge? Where do you go to do that?
You just go to play live chess, and then there's a little interface where it says play a friend, and then I can specify a username to challenge.
That's alright, I guess. Next time, maybe.
Probably later today.
That's great.
Well, hang on. Godless, do you have chess.com?
Yeah, go to play. Look, I can screen share.
Okay, so why don't you just play against him, and I'll tell you what the moves are.
Oh, okay.
My jam.
Oh well, I can see his board.
And by it's my jam, I meant mute.
Oh, what's going? So I see a game that's already going on.
Yeah, that's me and Godless now. Indian game.
Why are you making moves, Godless?
Because I don't know what to do. See, I don't know what I'm doing.
No. I was going to say I'll tell you what the moves are.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so we're white. Okay.
Oh, that'll help me learn the squares too. Memorize them.
Hold on a second. I can't see the board won't stay up on the screen for me.
No, okay, maybe if I screen share it, it'll work better.
Hey, Godless,
Somebody present me. Present me.
Godless, can you do something about the music?
Is there a way for me to watch the game in a browser?
Maybe? What's going on?
I don't know. There we go. Right. Is it better now?
Okay, well, CK, the moves so far are D4, NO6, NC3, and E6.
And we are...
You are white.
Okay. Knight F3.
Hey, I think I will go off air because I have to go do stuff. But
okay.
If you guys want it on air, I mean, I'll just be AFK. Just don't let him.
Bishop G5.
All right.
You can go off air, Joe, because probably Nadia's going to start hers soon anyway. But we can still stay here until then, right?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. Yeah, Nadia's left in the past. All right, cool. All right.